Let me make sure your guys' audio is actually, like, functional.
My team, create a party.
Hooray!
Oh yeah, we should probably do that.
Okay, I'm doing that right now. My team, invite players, doop, doop, invite.
Oh.
To do that, press T and then use your mouse to click accept.
I did it.
Hooray!
I did the thing.
Da-na-na-na-na-na.
Da-na-na-na-na-na.
That will allow us to, when we eventually have more things set up,
I can
to use
claim chunks.
claim
when we do
chunks
that.
and use stuff inside of claimed chunks.
Hello guys, welcome to the stream. This is my first mod experience. We are playing, what, the Curse mod with, like, everything.
All the mods 9.
All the mods 9. You guys want to introduce yourselves?
Presto and stun helmet.
Sure.
Ouch.
So, I'm, Leo, I guess, or however they're gonna refer to me as, or Nick. Yeah, I'm just gonna be doing a lot of random building shit.
That's all we're doing today. Random building shit. I'm pissed that my headphones didn't charge. No! I'm gonna put these on instead. I can't hear you guys for a second, so, you know, don't get me in trouble. Not that I could stop you anyway, quite frankly.
Don't you fucking do it.
Can't scream some kind of TOS violation.
I don't know why these are dying.
This
But-
would be very unhinged and bad if you did. Oh,
Yo,
I got a
what-
lead. Hey,
What
cool.
isn't unhinged? What is a single thing that we've ever done together
Oh,
that is not
snap.
unhinged?
True.
What a
Back.
hell of a find.
What you find there, boss?
I just... Hold on, we got a problem.
What the
I'm being
problem?
attacked. Oh god.
Well, yes. Yes. That
Oh
would
my
happen. It is nighttime.
there we
you
go.
Big
Success.
dum-dum.
I was underwater.
Even more equal to being dum-dum.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We are being
How dare
screamed at that we need to build the wall to make the creepers pay for it.
No, that's fair.
Already?
That's fair.
We are already being told to do this?
Yeah. How long
Yeah,
did you
I
expect
guess.
it to take, quite frankly? Alright, where
Oh,
you
well.
guys? I'm at the spawn point. Where are you guys? Oh, all the way over there.
I'm on my way back to you. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it.
On my
Just-
way back.
I've been abandoned while I was setting up the stream.
Wow.
What is this?
I didn't realize how far I had gone.
Yeah, I just
I'm
looked.
not that far. Ow! Ouch! 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 Ouch!
Is that death?
No, not quite. Almost. though.
Oh.
I've been abandoned. Yes. I also
Abandoned?
have a
No.
whoopee cushion
No.
on my head because apparently that's a thing.
You haven't been abandoned. Where am I going?
The wrong way, obviously.
Okay, so yeah, you're gonna be
By the way-
Leoric. What is Milkman's
Leoric?
mantis?
It's milk.
Oh.
It's always
The Milky
milk.
Way- He's the Milky Way manatee.
The Milky.
I am always milk.
I don't know if you
Always
want
have been,
people.
always will be.
I don't know if you want people to know you as a manatee. There's some
That's fine.
there's some connotations with that you may or may not be
Eh.
aware of.
That's not my problem.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
All right, so let's get off this barren, desolate
Piece of
ice
garbage.
snowscape.
Yeah.
Where are you?
We're at the starting
There you are.
point. Quick,
I'm gonna
duck,
get
he'll
my
never
lead.
see us.
No! Leave! Leave now!
Who?
What if I could like just grab you with my lead and just drag you?
So that's that
Nope.
thing that just spawned behind us in the giant green beam in the sky. Green beam in the sky is like a mini boss monster, and we
Oh.
don't want to fight that yet.
Good.
That thing is bad.
Great.
Hey,
Hey,
look,
there's lights over
lighthouse.
here.
No
Lighthouse.
Light over here. Hey, there's a light on.
Is it a village?
I have no idea. What is
actually?
it? Why is there like a Christian cross on the?
Great question.
I don't know. We're gonna break it though.
It's probably some materials that we could use.
Oh,
Are we gonna desecrate this cross? Is that what you're telling me? The
Oh,
first
there's so
thing
many
we do?
loot barrels here.
Oh, I'm being told my music is too loud. Okay, hold on. I'll fix that.
Oh, sugar has its breakdown Oh, cocoa beans.
we're gonna hang out here. There's a lot of dried kelp blocks here. That's dope. And there's a kitty cat.
I need more.
Is that a little bit... I guess I can just turn the music itself down. There we go. Hopefully that's better. Okay. Wow, your name is actually Milky Way Manatee. That's hilarious.
Yes,
I'm gonna
that's what he was saying.
I'm gonna take some of the... I thought he was half kidding.
No. This is serious. Why would you think we were joking about
What
this?
does
How
the-
could you do this to us?
Oh.
Alright, won't you fucking...
Hey, a helmet.
Wow, this is so many cocoa beans. I don't know what I'm gonna do with all that.
There's a lot of shit here, so...
There is a lot of
Dirty
shit here.
bee cage.
This is actually not a terrible place to set up shop. There's also a waypoint here. A waystone.
Oh yeah, we need to hit that waystone. Jesus Christ, that's loud.
Lunar gem, sturdy bee cage.
Yep, some of this stuff won't be
When we-
useful
when
till
we-
later.
When we get there, we'll explain the use cases of most of all of this stuff.
Is this the blind leading the blind, or?
In some ways, yes.
In many ways, yes. Because
I love
you
that.
also got to remember, even though we've played the past installments of this, they do change things from
There are-
different versions.
There are also mods that we never really played around with, so...
All right, I've got my dank null.
There's a lot of fish.
There's a
and cocoa
lot
beans
of
here.
fish. This is like Godzilla 2000, a lot of fish.
I'm down with it. That's, well, it's a lot of free food, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna complain. I'm not taking the kelp because I stole a couple of the blocks. So, the fuck? Oh, the El Diablo. Die.
Oh no. Don't ask me why I have TNT.
Okay, always keep Nick in like the corner vision of your eye.
I'm not gonna blow anything up.
Yet,
No, I would not do that.
yet.
I'm gonna be
Yet.
doing most of the building, so why would I be blowing up my own stuff? Oh, there's a sponge block
Cookies!
here.
Because you think it'd be funny.
I would not do that to myself. That's too much work and effort that would be thrown away in the garbage. I'm good.
Okay, well, I've filled up with garbage.
Press to unlock frequency. No, I don't want to unlock the frequency, but I do want to compress stacks.
What the flying there's so much shit here. Oh my god. Okay, well, I guess I want to put the helmet on my head. What is this? Iron forged
Ow.
turtle shell? Does that go on my head?
I think
That's a
it's
great question.
good.
I think it goes on my head.
I'm not sure.
I'm
I
gonna
don't know.
make an
Good
educated...
question.
Is somebody shooting at me?
Possible?
Yes?
Someone was hitting me.
I'm getting... Like...
Oh, it's a drowned. Just throwing spears at us.
Ouch! Bruh, stop. Ow. Stop it. I've been poisoned now!
Ah,
Was that death for Vic?
no,
No.
she's fine. She's
I'm
alive.
Oh,
I'm alright. I also have dickloads of food. I'll be fine.
We do
Oh, it's
have
raw.
dickloads of...
I need to cook it. That's okay. I have cookies.
We have pretty much everything we need here. There's a grindstone here already. That's nice. There's a
Loot
lot of
capacitor?
bookshelves.
There's a big chest here, too.
I put that there.
Can we use it?
Yes, it's pretty full right now.
Can
but
I have
yeah.
these boots?
Yes. I don't care.
Sweet. Ouch!
Stop getting shot at.
I'm
first
gonna
of all.
die! Ah!
stop.
I can't! Help me!
Okay, so you got to just run back over to us.
I fell
Ouch.
in the snow!
Ouch.
I found a key!
Yep.
So
run
that
back
key
over
will
to
be...
us with that key.
I can't!
That key will
I'm
be
in the
used-
snow! I'm dying in
Yep.
the snow. Okay, I'm
Okay,
fine.
so look
Are
up
you
at
in
the top
snow
right,
powder?
and you'll see
yeah.
your
I'm coming.
you'll see your mini map.
I'll be there in a second.
She's just dying.
Nothing's
in
gonna
snow.
hit you
Alright.
while you're
No,
like
she's-
that.
Yeah,
just dying
but
in
I'm
snow.
gonna freeze to death.
Yes, that is the biggest concern at this present moment in time.
Here I was, trying to heal myself. Oh, what's this? Guys, I found tin ore? Is that something we care about?
We'll worry about it later.
Okay, so I can just break
why
it and
is
not give a shit.
all my friends are dead?
All my friends dead. It's okay, I'm coming. I'm on my way. I gotta dig myself out of this dirt.
Chocolate mining bee.
I have arrived! I'm on my way. Bonk, bonk.
Hello, Mr. Spoder.
There's a skelly man here that's gonna kill me. Ouch.
I'm dying as well.
Ouch. Oh my god, there's two of them. Oh my god, I don't know if I can get away from this. Ouch. Can they shoot at me while I'm in the water?
I'm straight up dead.
I might be able to make it.
Oh my god.
There's a golem in the water? Ouch. Ouch. Yo, we struggling. Okay, I'm gonna try not to die in the fucking snow this time.
I'm so proud of you.
I feel less bad. I got the key back.
Yes.
You'll keep it.
Try.
It's for your new grave.
Oh!
Your new grave is gonna have your key for your old grave.
There's a lot of fucking dead things around here. Okay, that's okay. I got this. I got this. I feel less bad because I watched Colin die, so, you know, it makes me feel better.
Ha! I'm still alive.
Well, you died once, and that makes me feel good. So, thanks for being a brother.
Makes me feel good too.
Alright, hold on a minute.
Ha ha ha!
No,
Hi,
this is not okay.
Oh no.
You can't say things like that.
Oh no. My corpse is at the bottom.
Yeah, you want to come up for air.
Ah! I was not at the bottom! I did it!
So proud of you.
Ah! Ha ha! Ha 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 ha!
Alright, now that I've gotten my pants back.
Is this not my... What? Oh. Hey, I got all my stuff. And I immediately filled up my inventory with a bunch of garbage. Okay, I'm gonna put that in there in the flower pot. What is this? Sturdy bee cage.
For capturing bees.
Well, yeah.
What else would you use it for?
Oh, okay.
Alright, so I'm just gonna take my books,
I mean, this sounds like it tracks.
take my pickaxe, take my iron.
I feel
Trying
like
to combine.
Oh, wait.
many
I
things as
picked
I
up I picked up barrels. I'm an idiot. I can just barrels.
Correct.
Nick, how much coal do you have?
How much coal?
Doesn't
I don't
matter.
know. We've got dry kelp blocks. Those are just as good for fuel.
I made us a bunch
no.
of storage.
You have no idea what I'm planning.
Nobody has any idea what you're planning, literally ever.
Alright, look
You're
here.
an actual monkey.
Yeah,
She's not wrong.
that's fair.
Okay. What are we doing? What's the plan?
I am gonna start digging.
Oh.
Fair enough.
Diggy.
We don't have any
hole.
saplings, do we?
No?
That
Okay.
could be solved.
We'll fix that eventually.
I've got some humanoided flesh. Is that useful?
Hmm.
Kinda sus.
I definitely don't think that sounds pretty good.
I have human skin. What should I use this for?
What do I do with it?
Consume the flesh.
I mean, the
Don't
only thing
do
that we're
Don't
kind
listen
of
to him.
the only thing that we're kind of lacking here is dirt.
Morality?
Oh, no, what? No, who cares about that?
Fair enough.
I'm gonna just dig some dirt out of the water.
Why are you abusing that spider?
Now that I thought about it, there are cats on this island. This place is actually perfect to set up because cats naturally keep creepers away.
Oh my god. Did we just have the
you
best...
should probably just not be underwater, Vic, by the way.
Why?
Listen, I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. All I'm going to say is, just maybe don't drown again.
I didn't drown either time! I got killed by other stuff!
You definitely drowned.
I did not.
That sounds like drowning behavior.
Let me just open up the chat menu here. Oh yeah, impaled by drowned. I guess.
Yeah, by drowned,
yeah,
not
see?
drowned.
Yeah, see, she just drowned.
This is slander. I did no such
that
thing.
Sounds like not our problem.
It did. Here I am building us a farm.
Oh, somebody
Ring the
has to do
bell and
something
run
to
away, huh?
you. Yeah, that's right. Fuck you, bitch.
Who's got the
Meh.
hoe? Who's got the hoe?
I ain't Nick.
Nope.
Womp womp.
I've got an axe.
I like how we did all double check what names we were gonna use and then immediately abandon that concept.
Yep. Done. On.
Who needs them?
Too hard to break a habit.
That's fair.
That should be wide enough.
We got a brewer stand over here, by the by. I picked it up.
Huh.
What did I say? Oh, god damn it. I'm not even gonna talk to you anymore.
There.
What?
I made us a dirt patch.
I'm digging down here for another reason.
Sure you are.
We got oil nearby, which is pretty cool.
You don't know what I'm fucking planning. How dare you.
Nobody ever knows what you're planning. Nobody could ever even fathom a guess about what nonsense you've decided you're going to, like...
No, that's just hurtful.
Hi,
Oh,
Redex.
it's not true.
Thanks for coming by.
You know, but the truth hurts.
You'll be fine.
Alright, fair enough.
It does not require only grass. You can use other seeds. Oh, I am drowning. Speaking of which...
Why are you drowning? I thought I just watched you walk into the house.
Nope.
Like I've told people
Oh my
already.
god.
I was just looking at chat and not paying attention
You
to...
call me the unhinged one.
I'm fine. Everything's fine. Oh, what is this? Why? What is this? Is this a hole? Is this a moat? Is that what this is?
No, I'm digging underneath of it so we can have multi-layered farming.
Oh.
Multi-level.
So, am I replacing the second
marketing
layer?
schemes is all I'm hearing.
I wasn't
It's
done
not a
building the
scheme.
outside yet.
That's fine, keep building it.
Okay.
I'll just keep clearing out underneath.
1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. One.
I just realized how inefficient that is.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. I need more. More dirt. We're about to get raided.
Dirty.
We're about to get raided by who?
What?
By like the no, I'm talking to chat.
You
By
made
all the
concern
are
for a
the
second.
the drowner coming to raid us?
No, I do not want a Ravager to show up here.
We are in a very
lol.
small area.
Yeah.
Why not make a shovel?
Oh.
Because I am stubborn.
You're stubborn. I'm stupid. I had a shovel the whole time.
You didn't give me that shovel. Hey, there's
I don't know
the
what you're talking
raid. Hi, everybody. Oh, Red Velvet was nice enough to raid me. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming by. Hi, guys. We're playing Minecraft with friends. I assure you there will be nothing but shenanigans and us killing each other.
Shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
Batman.
Thank you so much for joining, guys. I hope you enjoy your time here. Usually we're here, we're either playing games, or we're doing art, or we're talking about the dumbest people you've ever met.
Me?
Yes, you guys. Especially since you guys can't count.
I can count.
Hi.
I have a number that's 2 something.
This is not
My
far enough
inventory.
out. It needs one more.
Oh, okay. Oh wait, let's just.
What are you crafting in the Minecraft game right now? Probably the death
farm.
of a farm. Yeah, we are right at the beginning. So we're playing on what's the name of the
The mod pack?
Mods
Yeah.
9.
Jesus Christ, that scared the shit out of me.
That's my job.
Thanks. So yeah, we're playing Mod Packs 9. This is my first mod experience. These two are relatively cogent at this already. Right now we're building the multi-level farm, and I don't know.
Quite a lot of faith.
I have asparagus seeds.
Asparagus?
Oh,
Asparagus.
that's Croptopia, if I remember correctly.
All right, guys. What's the mod list?
The mod pack is called All the Mods 9. There are over 300 mods in this mod pack, so it's kind of difficult to really say.
Yeah,
There's a lot of them.
we got 309 mods going on right now. And quite frankly, it looks like none of them are texture-based.
Nope. Well,
yeah,
we haven't
definitely
gotten
check
that
it
far
out. Do we don't have beds yet, do we? Do we just need to hide inside?
yet. What? No, there's beds inside.
Oh, okay. I haven't actually been in any of these houses yet.
Did you not sleep in a bed to set your spawn point?
No! I was oh god, I fell down the stairs.
Don't worry about it.
Dude. Who cut down the middle column?
Huh?
God damn it, Nick.
There will be shenanigans. Will there be fuckery? Yes. Guaranteed.
Ouch!
Without doubt. Can you, like, lay in a bed or something, you moron?
Thank you so much for
There's no more!
There's another house with another bed in it. Just go there.
Okay.
Dr. Possum, Lone White Dog, Sparky, thank you so much. I've also see Goth. I also see the big one bad Be-Off. Hell yeah, Sparky Barbecue. I think this starts going into... Oh, no, this is all new people. I see I can't even read half of your names. That says Dadded.
That's just rude.
I see, I'm trying, KR Maniac, I say Laguna, I see JB, I see CCM, I see RSF1. Thank you so much. Aw, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, we get up to all kinds of shenanigans here. So, expect nothing but fuckery and shenanigans, and I have every expectation that I am going to die. I've already died twice. Oh,
Lich.
Jesus! Speaking of dying, yeah.
Lich.
I'll hit the bell. I'm coming.
Nope,
Is
it's
this an
already
evil bee? Oh my god, the lag.
done. Ouch.
And that's one dead. There we go. We're good.
Did I get...
We did it.
Yes, my knowledge of death has increased. Alright, good.
63 IQ plus 1. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry, I did not...
Plus 1, that's a lot
No,
of faith.
I'm sorry, I didn't get your pun. Oh, God. Whatever, as long as you're not throwing, like, spears at me, I really don't care that much. Hey, how come the golem didn't come and help you? Was it just too slow?
No, none of the zombies attacked a villager.
Oh, that one guy attacked me and the golem came over.
Well, the golem doesn't like me.
Apparently. Apparently, get fucked. Oh, really? I'll have to look her up later so I can find, like, so I can see. Apparently, I look like somebody.
Hmm.
I will make sure that the game gets saved, because I think this game automatically saves, doesn't it? I think we're in the clear.
What? Yeah, it saves for me, or it saves to my hard drive.
Yeah, you take care of that, right?
Yep.
Thank God, one less thing for me to worry about. Okay, do we have any organization around our stuff?
You can feel free to do it, but once I set up the ME system, it's not gonna matter.
Oh, okay. Alright,
That's gonna be, that might be a ways out, so, prepare.
Bella Ramsey. I'm gonna look this up later. What is wrong with this bee? Why does it have vitiligo? It's a
What?
chocolate mining bee. What?
Yep.
It's cute. I don't know what that means, but it's adorable.
It means it mines chocolate. I don't know what to tell you.
I did not watch Game of Thrones.
Go get some chocolate from a bee.
I am one of the few people who did not actually watch that show.
I didn't watch it either.
People told... Is the golem stuck? No,
He's having a rough day, alright?
It can get out.
Leave him alone.
I checked. I checked. It can get out. There's enough to for it to just walk. I'm just trying to find another spot to get more dirt. That's not going to take me 3 years and all of my oxygen to get. Chocolate bee doesn't give diabetes as loot. Good question. Should we try? Find out.
Go for it. I'm not gonna stop you.
I'm not gonna attack that bee. It'll kick my ass.
You should see if it has a nest somewhere. It'll be a chocolate nest.
Sugary overload bee. You're right, you're right. I like that your name is Science Potato. That's fantastic. Do you have a degree in science or anything related? Or is that just a name? Because both are... Diabetes! Yeah. So I see what you did there. This better be a no-swearing Christian Minecraft server. Oh, well, yeah, damn right it will be. Oh, you're a chemist! That's awesome. I only know one other chemist, and he's from Germany. Don't ask questions.
I don't want answers. Okay. The pit is cleared.
Oh my god.
No, it's not. Fuck.
Oh, chemical engineering. Oh, that's awesome. Athens said that this isn't a Dr. Witnesser stream. I don't know if I told you guys about that. Did I tell you guys about that? So, a couple of weeks ago... Thank you so much. Ah! A couple of weeks ago,
watch out for that hole.
Yeah, no, there wasn't even a hole. I just fell down like a jackass. A couple of weeks ago, me and Manya, who is on my channel on YouTube a large amount of time, she's lovely, we love Manya, found out about this guy called Dr. Witnesser. And Dr. Witnesser likes, fancies himself a Fortnite street preacher. Which, shorthand, means that he likes to preach to children about, like, telling people they're going to hell and stuff. Oh, fuck. And so we were having a little bit of a giggle at, like, the situation in general, and he decided to show up. Yeah. That was one of the questions that we asked him, Dr. Possum, yes. Because he decided he wanted to come on stream. Now, we gave him an opportunity to prepare if he needed any prep time. He said he did not require any prep time, and proceeded to come onto my channel and embarrass himself for about 2 hours. And now you have the context. Oh, whoops, I can't count. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wait, 1...
1, 2, 3, 4.
No.
I'm putting a hole where there's 4.
Down 2.
1, 2, 3,
Down
4.
2.
We've got
down
2 extra
2.
layers of dirt. Unless the mod makes it go further than that.
What do you mean?
Well, the water
like
only...
for a max-size farm?
Yeah.
No. What you have is fine.
Okay. Oh, hey, the camel guy showed up. 2 of them.
No
3 of
distance
them.
like that is increased.
We got so many camels. I mean, llamas.
What
Whatever.
What?
Yeah. Look.
Why are there so many?
We got all of them. We got so many trader camels.
Oh, there's one for each of us. What? That's
Oh, that's silly.
bizarre.
The double
Huh,
standard
I
of
could trade
how...
2 emeralds.
Yeah,
I could trade 2 emeralds for a turtle right at the start.
Watering traders, yep. There's also lots of cats around here already. Yeah, the
Trader, come
takeaway... The
Give me that turtle.
The takeaway was that Dr. Witnesser thought that there was a gap in people's parenting that he thought it was appropriate for him to take advantage of to preach to children about a theology he didn't understand. That's the short form. It is a cat island. There's cats everywhere. I guess we should build a hoe, shouldn't we? Do we have sticks? We do not have sticks. I see no sticks. Okay, we have no sticks.
How many do you need?
For a
Here you go.
hoe, 2,
Right
I
behind
think.
you. Right behind you.
Cool, thanks.
Oh my god, I had to stretch.
Oh my god, there's so many villagers. Okay, I can't put the bucket of water down yet, right? I'm not sure how you're planning on doing this. Yes, we are building on the island of cats.
I just put, go 1 block down, top part of the block, and put a slab. And then you can put your water down.
Okay.
Or, wherever you want the center of this to be, destroy the center block, and I'll make it work.
I mean, I did that, and then somebody filled it in again. I can't imagine how that happened.
I don't want to talk about it.
Uh-huh.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. Should be this one.
Okay, so this is what we do.
I got a slab. But do you
Yep,
want it to
so
go...
you hop down here,
Yeah.
you put a slab up on this block,
Okay.
and now you put a slab adjacent to it, covering the hole.
Oh. I thought you wanted
That's it.
to make the water go down.
Not yet.
Do you want dirt layers here?
Actually, no. I got a better idea than that.
Okay.
Here, we'll stuff that into your inventory.
This big brain over here. I don't... Inventory
You don't have room.
space. What the
Give me
fuck? Here you
4
go.
dirt. I need 4 dirt.
Yeah, well, I have 3. Here you go.
Completely unhelpful.
Well, you asked me on short notice. Couldn't handle that. There's a lot of stress. I like how we just lost someone already. He's gone. Forever. Never to be seen nor heard from again. The water
Potentially.
disappeared! What did
What do you mean?
it filled up the bottom!
Okay, so those blocks get waterlogged. Noted.
That's not gonna work.
I have an idea.
We gotta make a slab out of something better.
Nope.
Hello?
I think I know what happened.
Hello, hello. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Hello, hello. Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear
Whoops.
There we go.
I was talking to Nick. I was standing in front of Leoric.
That's fine. Here, I fixed it. You
Okay.
want to know what you did?
What?
So you put the water directly down on the bottom onto the slab, which waterlogged the slab, which is not what we want to do. So you push it against the side.
Try
and
not to
fixes
die.
it. I'm fine.
Ouch. Ah, I think I hit the thing and now it's attacking me. No!
Just run away.
It will never find me.
It found you.
Ah! No, please. Have mercy. Did I make it?
I killed it.
You killed the golem?
Yeah, we can just make another one.
Oh, okay. Oh. Oh, upgrade gear. Oh, interesting. R.I.P. Yeah, rip golem. Poor boy. Didn't deserve it. It's definitely not my fault. This is not my responsibility. Okay. Rotate grid, balance grid.
Oh, hi there, zombie.
I will collect dirt. My job is collecting dirt. I really like
Kind
this
of a-
mod at the bottom that lets me know like how much I'm healing from my food so I don't overdo it. Feline, are you making friends? That's good. Make friends. Oh no. Don't mind me actually leaning in my actual chair to dodge. It's definitely not a thing that I'm doing. What did you just kill? Are you killing the... Are you committing murder over here?
Nope. No,
No?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, there is no body and there are no witnesses, so...
Is it even murder?
Is it murder? Have you broken the law if no one saw you do it?
What law is there to break?
Baked potatoes. Okay, so what do we want to plant? We've got beets. We've got asparagus. We've got cocoa beans. I feel like beets and asparagus are what we're getting. Oh, I have baked potato, but I don't think...
There's also cabbage seeds somewhere. We've got flax seeds as well.
Reward received by completing advancement. Right click.
Here, I'll go ahead and I'll plant some stuff for you.
I think I just threw it. No, I don't know what this is. Okay. Potatoes.
Oh my goodness.
Jesus. You alright?
Ow. Nope, I'm probably not.
Okay. Well, good luck.
That's a lot of zombies.
Oh boy. That's like enough zombies to... Why are there so many hordes?
That's a great question. I don't know.
I like how they care 10 times more about you than they do about me.
Probably because my knowledge of death is higher.
Chat said bless you.
Oh, fantastic. At least someone cares.
Someone cares.
Did you even attack anything?
What? How dare? How dare you? I'm leaving. I see how it is.
Good. I didn't need your help anyway.
I'm gonna go back to just doing dirt things, because, like, that's all I'm good for.
That's dirty.
But there's asparagus planted.
Frostbite. Chance to freeze on hit.
Spicy.
Interesting.
I do like the irony of the person who decided to bless you is named Beast Within.
He gets it.
I feel like that's appropriate. If you bless you enough times, which evangelicist will show up? I'll blow the wind of God. Kenneth Copeland.
All of them.
Kenneth Copeland. I'm just throwing crap in, like... I have this familiar stone. I have a flawed guardian gem. I have a chipped
Can I
gem.
borrow that hoe?
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
I'm in the house. Hi. Over here. E.
Please, sir, may I have another? There we
Another hoe? You? Are you sure you can handle
No.
more than one?
go. No.
Mm.
No.
Mm. How did I end up with 2 whoopee cushions?
Very carefully and with a lot of great effort.
I tried really hard.
And what is this? The result of me trying really hard.
Beast says I recognize my type of people.
He gets it.
Is there... Do we... oh, okay. Well, I don't need that.
What?
I'm just, like, thinking... We don't have a campfire, right? So we gotta get ourselves one of those.
Not immediately, but yeah,
I
eventually.
have some fish to cook. Can you cook fish in a regular thing?
Regular furnace, yeah.
Oh, okay. Do we have one of those? I don't think we do.
Maybe. Somewhere.
I'm looking.
Huh. Using...
We have a
Oh boy,
blast furnace.
used in a security station to improve the chances of hacking it.
Well, that sounds like something.
Yeah, pneumatic craft for repressurized the nuke virus. How interesting to find that in a chest.
The fact that I'm
Vortex
6...
cannon,
Ah!
too.
Nothing happened. Everything's fine. Nobody asked any questions.
What did you do?
Nothing. I didn't do anything. Nothing happened. My patron
Not this
didn't
again.
bless me. Maybe they don't care enough about me. Your pact with your patron is gone. Your patron will remember that.
You had to act like my patron cared.
Alright. Question for the chat. Don't tattle on me! Question for the chat.
What?
Chat's tattling on me.
Oh, well, that sounds like a you problem.
It is a me problem!
Hmm.
Alright, question for chat. How interested are you in Dungeons & Dragons? Because, Milk Manatee over here is
What?
one of my players in my home game that I'm DMing coming up in the next week or two.
Uh-huh.
So, I'm curious to know how interested chat may or may not be in hearing about the shenanigans that are afoot with that.
I just broke my legs.
I didn't see anything. I don't know what you're talking about. JB says I'm DMing 3 games and playing in 2 others. So we've got an addict in the chat. Not that I blame you. Alright, we got
When's
some...
one find time for all this?
Right? You're telling me. I'm a little bit jealous. I can stop whenever I want, they say.
Yeah, you say that.
These are your roommates. Which one doesn't replace the TV? No, none of these are my roommates. This is a new game starting that I'm DMing. Okay. Would you two like to inform the good people about your characters?
Yeah.
Oh, shit! Hello?
Oof. Almost drowned.
I gotta stop sticky keying. Oh, pants.
Huh.
Huh?
Alright, now that I'm done almost drowning,
Yeah. Oh, right, I was collecting dirt.
what did you want me to do?
Would you like to inform the good people about your character?
your standard generic potentially horny bard?
Yeah.
I could.
You could. Alright, both of you explain your characters. I'm gonna go pee.
Fuck.
There's nothing wrong with a classic bard.
Let's see. What's notable about him?
Good question. Maybe that he's a
sand surfing.
Sand surfing?
Legend
hype man?
chasing.
Hell yeah.
Hype man. Never missing leg day with his monk friend. Boasting a nice set of stats, except for not too much in the brain department. Go over there to do that. Let's see here. I don't know where. Gross. Let's see. There we go. Now I can see it.
What'd you break?
I didn't break anything. We were asked to explain our D&D characters, and I just finished explaining mine. And I was trying to see the if there were any comments or reactions, but I just realized I don't care all too much. So I'm gonna keep trying to figure out where I'm going to go to get all our next supplies.
Oh, okay. I play a bard with 8 int. He makes questionable choices. High charisma, low intelligence is a lot of fun to play.
8 int? 8 int? That's quite a lot.
Man,
You're pretty smart there, bud. You're pretty smart there, bud.
Do you really need all that int?
Come on, it's just a dump stat anyway.
Oh, I found you your 4th piece of dirt that you wanted. Here you go. I placed it. You're fine.
Hey, look, I built a little spruce step.
Woo! Point by. Oh, okay, yeah. He said he couldn't go any lower because he's playing point by. No, we play.
Okay.
I'm a kind and generous DM, and I allow them to roll 4d6s, drop the lowest number, and roll 7 times instead of 6. If I feel like I don't want to be nice, I tell them to roll 3d6 in order. So you roll your strength, then you roll your dex, then you roll your con.
And I did pretty snazzy.
You did really well. Like, your dex and your charisma are high as hell.
My dex, charisma, con, and that's it.
And then I also said that if they did happen to roll, like, so poorly that it's not, like, feasible, I told them they could take the standard array. How many games do I play or run? Currently, I am playing in 1 game and running this game. I've been playing since sometime around 4th edition was my introduction, sadly enough. I have played 3.5, but I was playing 3.5 after 4th edition had already come out.
We need some lights down here.
You don't fucking say.
Oh, fudging rolls and made them use point by. That's fair. That's fair. Okay, I got more dirt. What's my next layer of dirt? Is it this one right here?
Yep. Or you can go down one if you want. Doesn't matter.
I don't care.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, are we discussing the capabilities of science? Is that what we're doing?
What? I'm going to space eventually. Not yet.
Okay.
Soon.
Good luck. I believe in you.
I don't.
If I could,
That's a lot
if
of
I could,
misplaced faith.
if I could put dirt in jars, I would.
I'll do it, and I'll stand on a sailboat.
Dirt is so sparse. So did we only share our, I tend to do 46, drop the lowest, reroll ones. Oh, that's nice of you, reroll ones. If the total stats are below 70. Yeah, that's definitely a way to do it. I have a few ways built into my game and world that I'm using that allow... it basically enables the players to be very, very powerful. So they're also starting at... We're starting at level 3. We're playing session 0 and then starting at level 3 when the party's all together. But I also allowed them to take a feat. And then they're going to be getting feats at specific milestones.
Already got 2 of those. They're at the end of my legs.
I mean, are you saying you don't want one?
I've already taken one. You can't stop me.
You can't take it back.
We have a contractual agreement.
You've signed this.
We have more cobblestone.
Would you like to tell them about your character,
Do
Leoric?
you need cobblestone?
Sure.
Hey,
What?
Hey.
Oh, thanks. Thanks.
I've made
yeah.
sure they can succeed.
I am playing a wood elf monk. He likes to punch. The inspiration around the character is around like a lot of like Baki and some WWE influences, and just like basically being a pit fighter wrestler type of character that's aspiring to be just better than his dad.
Hell yeah.
You know, nothing fancy, nothing special. Just, you know, a guy.
Big time daddy issues.
JB said, I've had this idea about doing a one-shot where the stats are a d20. That is a hell of a lot of fun, and I absolutely recommend it. If you're curious about more D&D one-shotty stuff, there's a guy I follow named Sam. He runs a show on Twitch called Spontaneum, where he does, and you can find VODs of it, and I've been on the show once or twice, and it was basically he runs weekly one-shots. I think he's in the middle of a break because of school right now, but the concept is that they roll for the level of the next session at the end of the previous session, and they're all just one-shots. I got to play a level 20 glamour bard, and then everybody in the one shot made a bard or a bard cross. It was a lot of fun. So I absolutely recommend checking out Spontaneum if you are interested.
Oh look, there's my 7 int at work right there.
The bard apocalypse. Yes. Correct.
Railcraft edition.
It's dark in here.
We will definitely not spawn anything that's going to kill us.
What?
Nah!
I don't subscribe to this notion.
I can see. Oh no, this was right. Never mind. Should have not done that. Ah. Ouch! Why do you keep doing that? Stop punching me.
Yeah, Nick, stop punching her.
Bitch! I saw
No
you!
reason to do that.
You motherfucker.
I didn't do anything.
Okay, I'm sorry, I take it back. You want a piece of bread?
I've been throwing pebbles at you, by the way.
Is that what that's been?
It's funny. I've only been doing it when you're like focusing on a conversation or something.
Here, I'll give Nick a piece of bread. Here you go.
Oh, hey. Bread.
Bread.
I got 8 bread.
There's definitely not gonna be shenanigans, I promise.
Not allowed. Illegal.
Alright, what do we need next? We got all the dirt. Do we need anything else?
Nick, I made you a start of a mine if you want to go down there.
I don't wanna. I wanna get trees.
Oh, we need trees?
Hold on.
I see some, but they're way far away. It's also nighttime. I'm spooked.
Oh,
Spooked?
those are different things.
Here, boat.
What do I do with this miniature red heart? I have so much crap and I have no idea what any of it
Eat
does.
the heart.
Eat it?
Eat it.
Mary the Unholy has awoken nearby. Sounds good.
Oh, over there.
I ate it. I don't know what happened.
Hold on. I need to
You
fix
get
this.
another heart.
Do I trap a cat in here? Mr. Kitty Cat, are you okay? Where are you? I hear you meowing.
Oh, thank you so much for the stretch. It is about that time. So if you would like to stretch along, it's basically you sit up straight, which I'm not doing. You put your arm at about 45 degrees angle, you let it sit, you tilt your head to left or right, and you take the corresponding arm and you just pull to the side lightly. And then hold it for about 30 seconds. And do it the other way. Hold it for about 30 seconds. And then crack your back like an absolute caveman that you are. Alright.
Yes? You called?
I mean, that we do be the caveman crew. Unga bunga.
Ooh, mana boost 4. And
Half the
protection
players...
3.
Oh, that's sad.
What did I just get dropped? Chipped Gem of the Warlord and Mary's Intelligent Leather Sabatons of the Ocean.
That's a good stat layout. Bard with 18 Charisma, 17 Con, 18 Dex... Sorry, 16 Dex, 16 Wisdom, 15 Strength, and 7 Int. That's a good stat layout. Only 1 negative. Alright, what do we need? Do we need to just go exploring?
I need to know how many of you that don't play wizards or artificers dump int.
What's funny is I usually just play Artificer. Or Rogue, one of the two. But I don't think I've ever used int as my dump stat.
Ooh, you rolled lucky? Nice. We need...
Supplies.
I found another emerald.
Hey, we got a bunch of those.
I need string. Do we have string?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
Yeah, I put some in. You have to find it, but there is some.
You have to find the string. It's there.
Oh, hold on. Let me double check to make sure it's not still in my inventory. No, it's not.
Oh,
Okay.
right. Pneumaticraft is also fun.
Oh, we got celery seeds.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we have some seeds. Some CDs. We also have some, ooh, actually, hold
I've
on.
been planting flax.
Whatever, it's in there.
I'm going to plant this along the shore.
There we go.
Hey,
Whoa,
stop
the reed.
shooting me.
Ah!
Yes.
Nope. Ow!
I dodged it! That's all that matters to me.
Our farm didn't dodge it, though. Yikes. Janky,
That's
guys.
why I tried to...
Ah! Ah!
Can I help you?
Could you stop digging below me?
No.
Never!
No, I can't. You think this is something that you get to vote on? How
I'm just
dare you?
getting
Get away,
shot
get away,
at.
get away, get away, get away, get away, get away! Danger. Danger. It's a beach creeper.
Ew. We should probably put up a fence or something. Maybe some more
Or more lights?
some more torches, yeah. I'll get on that. Or you guys
Light
get
this
on
bitch
that.
up so that we're not in the dark anymore.
Alright, well
We need to go mining for coal.
I got coal.
Never mind, we don't need to go mining for coal. Can I get 3 of that, actually?
How many do we want? I got lots.
I just need 3 coal.
Oh, I have 3 oak saplings.
You want 3 coal?
Yes.
Alright. What do you need
Do
it
we have
for?
more dirt?
No,
What?
I just put the dirt in.
Okay.
Here's your coal.
Then we're gonna go on Nick's big adventure.
You can wait a damn minute.
Shut up. Going
Hey,
where I want.
rude.
Doing what I want.
Savage! Hi, and Chad, I'll be hitting the snooze. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Enjoy your nap. I hope you have a good sleep. Feel free to come and join us tomorrow. We will be here.
Have a good sleep.
Have a good night, potato.
Schlep.
A science potato needs it.
I have
Needs
16
their
coal.
sleepy time.
Hey.
You should probably give that to Vicky so that she can make more torches.
I have 22. I think I can probably get this place pretty lit with 22 torches.
Acceptable.
Oh right, I was doing
Let's
something.
see. We will put that in
Where did I
there.
put that? Oh, there it is. Okay.
Have a good
that
weekend.
goes in there.
Enjoy your Sunday. Or Monday, I guess, depending on where you live in the world.
That there.
Oh my god. Ugh, there we go. Oh, we have some sugarcane growing too. That's cool.
Oh, it's your flesh that's in this chest. It's not
Me?
just some random player flesh. It's your flesh.
Me personally, yeah, it's pink. You couldn't tell?
I
what?
Can we? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna just do a thing real fast.
Okay.
And just-
Did I light this place well enough? I think I did a good job. Are you proud of me, Dad?
Whoops.
What the hell was that?
Woo!
What did you do?
He ate your
the
flesh.
Oh. Gross.
Yeah, I can jump really high now, though. Where are you? Oh, there you are.
Okay, so there's some...
Meow.
Okay, well, I'm glad my flesh is serving you well. Do you guys want me to put another one over on this island, this little island bit? So Skelly
Another
Man
what?
don't... Torch.
Probably.
Yeah,
That'd probably be a pretty good
yeah. We could just go over there and delete the island.
I mean, that's what I was thinking, but,
Get rid of the island.
alright.
You don't need it.
I've got 2 more torches. Do we have anywhere in particular where we want them?
Over on this back side of the island over here.
Where are you? Oh, yeah.
If you look over here, it's pretty dark and unlit, and monsters can spawn back here.
Bonk! There we go.
Rude as hell.
Alright, I'll go
Alright.
get more dirt now that half of our dirt got blown up, and, like, finding dirt in this place is, like, actually nonsense. Can't tomorrow be Monday for some people? Because tomorrow is Sunday for some people?
No.
What do you mean, no? I'm pretty sure the Earth is round. I'm pretty sure there's time zones.
Yes, and there's an international date line that separates one day from another, not 2 days from one.
Right, so if it's Sunday for some people tomorrow, could it not be Monday for some people tomorrow?
It could be still
It
Saturday.
could be.
It could be still Saturday, yeah. Right? I'm not crazy. You're crazy. What?
I
Come
refuse to say
on!
anything else further on this subject.
I'm being gaslit. What is happening?
I didn't do it. It's not me.
Furthest time zone away at the moment is 2:08 p.m. on a Sunday. Yeah, so tomorrow can be Monday. Because tomorrow at this time would be 2 on Monday. That tracks.
I
Sure.
didn't say it didn't.
Listen, I'm freaking out. Just
Dark steel.
stop
Ooh.
scaring me.
Dark steel is the good stuff. Burning dash scroll. What does this do? Whoa!
Oh, what is that plant? What's this thing?
Nick, I want to test something. Don't move.
Now this sounds like nonsense.
Please don't kill me. Please, God, don't kill me.
Oh, we've got-
Please, God, don't kill me.
We've got wild rice?
Huh.
You're in my way.
Nope, I cast the recovery spell. By the way, I built the stairs like that, so you didn't have to do these stairs. You could just do
Are we
slabs.
trying to have this organized?
Not yet,
No.
but we will.
Okay.
Eventually, it'll turn into botany pots.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure before I started just dropping shit wherever I could.
That's why I made 2 layers. So one layer you can just have is just dropping shit wherever, and then another one you can have organized.
What does rice get planted in?
Waterlogged dirt blocks. So you want the dirt,
Oh,
and then you want water over top of that.
F my life.
So put water. Yeah.
I got
You
it,
got
I got it. I understand.
Assignment failed successfully.
When will then be now? Soon. There we go. Okay. Oh, I think I might have farmed it too early, because I punched it, and it only gave me 1, so I guess I farmed it too early. I don't like these little holes.
You don't have boots. Here, put boots on.
How dare you assume that I want to wear boots?
How dare you assume I want to wear clothing?
Fucking Jesus Christ.
We do have a flower pot. Oh,
I mean,
dark
you
oak
didn't have to be
planks.
mean about it.
Yes, I did. You wouldn't have listened otherwise.
I mean, that's fair.
Okay, I think I can make a
Dried kelp.
fire now.
Nope.
Oh, I need more sticks.
Kelp.
I think I need 3 of these, and then
We
I
need dried kelp
this,
actually
and then
for create, I believe.
Oh no, I used all of that. Ah!
Don't
I
worry
have
about it.
tons.
We're literally living next to the ocean. Like,
We've got so
You're
much
stressing
kelp.
about something that doesn't need to be stressed about.
Only stress all the time, 24/7. How dare you say otherwise?
Stop that.
Ah!
Wrong, incorrect, false.
Ah! Oh my god, did nobody check this chest?
What chest?
In this house over here, like the one that's off to the side.
Remember, if it's golden, it's individualized loot.
It's
yeah, that's your unique
Oh
loot.
my god. Guys, I found the Ender Sword.
Yeah, that's from a mod called Ender.io.
Enchanted Scroll of Reach.
Yeah.
Bruh.
Sounds like pretty typical items from it.
I have the biggest badass sword ever. I may or may not be evil. Also, I got some iron.
Cool.
Do we need it for anything? Do we want some... I assume we want some iron pickaxes. Yes?
I have one currently.
I have one as well.
I'm just gonna make... I'm just gonna make 2 because that's the number of sticks I have. And I'm gonna put them in a chest. It's in the chest beside the... or in the... second barrel beside the colander, the cauldron. So
Beside the colander?
the colander. Can this dude get out of my Get out of here! God. Do you want me to buy
No,
your
I'm
leather
listening.
pants? Fine, give me pants. Cool, thanks. Fuck off. A pushy salesman, am I right? Alright. Dark steel ingots.
I mean, to be fair, he got you to buy it, so I mean, he did his job.
You're not wrong. I also need some, Tootsies.
Ooh, prosperity ore.
There we
Useful.
go.
Nope.
Oh my god, I definitely need that. I need... Please. Please.
Nick's Big Adventure coming soon with theater near you.
Oh my god, what's the combo? What's the combo for a shield?
You need iron.
Yes.
And wood.
Yes.
You
Hey,
can also
do you see that?
E.
Do you see that
Hold on,
little
hold on, hold on.
like?
Press E, and at the bottom, on the right-hand side of your screen, you'll see like a little black bar. Click in that bar and type shield. That's every single item in the entire game, including all modded items that could have the name shield in them.
Shield template. Shield
So the very
blueprint.
first thing, no, very, very first thing will be called shield. And if you click it, it'll show you the recipe for the shield.
Thanks!
Now you know.
Don't forget to look up Bella Ramsey. I will remember to do that. I will do my best.
Nickel and zinc, huh?
Uh,
Both from Railcraft. Interesting.
Na, 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 na. We
Nope,
got a
I've still got it.
sponge.
I
I
still
forgot
got it
about
wrong.
that.
Have a
We got a
good
sponge?
night, Dr. Potato. I hope you enjoy your time. Feel free to come and hang out with us again.
I got more rocks.
Remember, you have the best name. Don't let anybody tell you. Don't let anybody tell you different. Anybody who tells you different is lying. Oh, I had it upside down.
Oh, hey, we got a bunch of seeds.
Okay, I've got to find out. Do we have... We do have elevators. Through
Correct.
Pneumaticraft, through Railcraft. They have the rail elevators?
We also have the create elevators. Don't forget those. Those ones are the cool ones.
Yeah, I know, but those take a lot of resources to build.
But they're still cool.
Oh, she plays
Yeah.
Ellie. I've had people tell me that I look like
need
Elliot
2 ender
Page
pearls.
from, like, Juno, back when I was in high school a lot.
I remember that.
Yep.
Oh wait, we're dropping some real lore now.
Oh,
You better be
no!
careful. Ah,
The deep
Careful.
lore. Deep lore with Leoric.
she wasn't always a goblin.
This is true. I was not always a goblin. I grew into this.
I don't believe it. Don't believe it. Lies.
Fake news.
Heresy.
Someone lied to
Purge
me.
non-believers.
I have not been told the truth. Ooh, whirly sprig.
Do the cats
Ooh,
not
what's
like
this?
fish in this? I have fish.
Huh?
Cat.
Drop it. Q. It'll take the fish and run away.
I will stand very still.
It just ran away.
Yeah, it just left. I've been.
Fine,
Well,
fuck
that's-
you then.
My fish has been
It's especially
rejected.
funny. It just means that it didn't like you.
Anyways, see you guys.
Huh?
Oh, are you off on your adventure?
Next big adventure.
Where'd he
Okay, enjoy. Good luck. You want some fish?
I've got some bread.
Okay, good luck. Have fun.
Hey, we're not too far away from
What?
plains
Wait.
biome.
What?
Actually, is this plains?
So I've got enough flax.
Listen
to
here, you
make some
piece of
string
shit.
now.
Alright, what else do we need? We got enough for that. Are we just at the point where we need to
That's
explore? I'm gonna make us a boat. How do you feel about a boat?
How do I feel about a boat?
I'm making a boat.
A boat?
A boat.
I got oranges.
Nick, do you have a boat?
Yes, I took a boat.
Okay, so we only need 2 boats.
That's how I went on my adventure.
I don't need a boat.
Well, I made you a boat.
Hello,
have a
friend.
Well, I already made it,
Which
so
friend is this? Holy
accept
shit.
my boat.
Nope. Mm-mm.
What do you mean no?
Nope.
You can't do that. You can't just not accept my boat.
Bye.
What?
I'm in the process of, as they say, not accepting your boat.
He just
Left. Yep.
left off into
Bye.
the distance and disappeared.
Whoosh.
I've been abandoned again. This is terrible.
What y'all
Like
up
the
to?
wind.
I'm streaming us playing Minecraft. Hello.
I am.
What?
I am literally waiting out here for you.
There's a cross on the ground made out of water, and I'm just gonna walk away from that because that makes me uncomfortable.
That sounds like doom.
I need trees. So, are you coming or not?
Oh, am I supposed to be coming?
Yeah.
Are you coming with me or not?
Question mark. Alright, I'm coming.
Winkus Wonkus.
Winkus Wonkus. Woo! I like how we decided to leave in the middle of the night.
I'm not afraid.
I'm already getting attacked.
Okay, I'm slightly more afraid now.
Uh-huh.
All right, I'm out of here.
Why are you
Uh-huh.
afraid? Why are you being a bitch?
Time.
Well, you know, is any of this surprising?
Hmm. Yeah, you're right.
All right, hey now, look me here now, you motherfuckers.
Uh-huh, yeah? What?
I'm listening.
Captain Norman the Dirt Digger would say otherwise.
I left an extra
Sorry,
boat
what?
at spawn in case one of us dies.
Cool.
If two of us die, there's no hope.
Hey, there's a Ravager over here. Just thought I'd point that out.
Do we need seeds?
Nope,
We
nope.
need regular
Oh wait,
seeds.
no, that's not Ravagers. Those are Vex.
I don't know what any
You
of that
carry
is.
your boat with you. You don't know if we're coming back here. Here's your boat.
Oh, thank you. I got us some regular
Right
seeds.
down here. Right down there.
Oh.
It
Thanks.
is a little hard to see. I understand that.
The noise went off, so I thought I picked it up. What the fuck?
Alright. To do that, what you're going to do is you're going to hold down the Graves key. So it's right below your escape key. Hold down Graves and then click. Careful, it depletes your hunger bar by a lot.
Cool. Can we do that for wood?
Yep. I'll show you an example. Just like that.
Cool.
Whole tree comes down.
Hey, look at all that stuff.
Ouch.
That's a
Oh,
lot of stuff.
Whoa! Oh, Necromancer.
Ouch. Ah, creeper. Big creeper.
Ah, creeper.
Man, you
I'm
guys
dead.
sure are.
I'm dead.
You sure are struggling over there. Man, I'm just having the time of my life.
I'd like to leave this hole now.
Oh man. Aw, jeez. Are you okay?
I will be in a second. We're gonna use a summon undead level 2.
I'm drawing
I've got
some of
I've
the
got an
aggro.
iron golem over here just protecting me. It's pretty great.
Ouch.
Get in, my minions.
Could you get off my dick? Jesus Christ. Ooh, the lag.
Ouch.
I don't know where you guys went.
We went the opposite direction of you, I'm pretty sure.
We went the same direction, opposite compass point.
What?
So he went northeast, we went northwest.
Oh, okay.
I just went straight north. What are you fucking talking about?
Oh, I thought you went northeast.
No.
Oh, I'm wrong.
Shocker.
Hey, piss off.
Okay, well, we got some trees. How many do you want?
Well, I found a whole forest, so, you know, grab as many as you want. I also found a pillager outpost.
It wasn't there a pillager outpost? Oops. Wasn't there a pillager outpost, like, right where we spawned?
No.
No.
Oh.
That's an evil craft environmental accumulator post.
Oh, okay. I'll pretend
Different.
I know what that means.
In layman's terms, it's bad.
It's bad! Okay,
It's
I
not
understand
bad.
that. Well, at least we know which direction our house is from the times we died.
You can clear those too, by the way.
Yeah, but do we want to?
It's up to you. Nick, remember that you need multiples of the food to make the tree for that.
Correct? I know.
My knowledge of death increases. I found some lava. Do we want that? I'm full on inventory also.
Found lava?
Yeah. It's over here.
Dark boy,
How
lava girl.
are you?
I'm
You have
right-
a pocket piston?
I don't know, you tell me. You're the one who ran off by yourself and left me behind.
I didn't expect you to get this lost.
What the hell does that mean? I'm like 2 feet away
God.
from where. Oh, bye. Good luck following in the lava.
I'm right here next to you.
Uh-huh. Getting attacked by whatever that is, carrying an axe.
You guys having fun over there? I'm having plenty
Ouch.
of fun.
Oh, hello. Are we doing anything about villagers that are zombies?
Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum.
Anything about villagers that are zombies?
Yeah, this guy's a
Well,
villager.
if you
He's
want.
a zombie. Okay, well, I'm killing him because he's attacking me, and I don't appreciate that.
Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum.
I did not bring a bucket. for lava. There's some coal down there, though. Did you get it?
I got murdered.
Oh, you're dead. Oh, okay. Well, that's
No, I did. I
I
got
found some
murdered, so
pants.
no, I don't think I did get it.
Okay. Well, I picked up some new pants if you want some. Do you want me to head down in the hole? Okay, you know what? I don't need
Hold
your
on.
permission. I'm just gonna go.
Yeah, go for it. Feel free.
Why do
What
you
the hell
tell
was
me
that?
yes or no? I'm
is
just gonna fucking
that?
do it.
Okay, that's a large sea creature. I don't want to be in the water anymore. I
Oh,
would
well.
like
This guy's got like a
to return
backpack.
my subscription of being here.
Give me your
Huh?
backpack. Oh, he ran away.
There is a chance that they drop a backpack.
He's wearing a backpack. Are you coming back? Good thing I left you an extra boat.
I am working on it. I'm actually just running there.
Why didn't you take... I literally told you. Do you have any... We don't have any coal yet. This is very sad. Ah! Everything's fine. Don't panic.
Uh-huh.
Everything's fine.
You were the one panicking. I
Don't know what you're talking about. What is this crystal? Resonating crystal.
Friends, it is dark.
It is basically useless right now.
I have realized that I do not have a stone axe, and I should probably have one of those.
I don't subscribe to the notion that any of this is okay. This is going to hurt.
Well, I couldn't tell you about that. Hi. There, you know there was just a regular way down, right?
Oh, I'm sure.
Okay. Well, I'm grabbing this coal. Or you can grab it, whatever.
Nope, I'm becoming this guy's worst problem.
Okay, have fun. I'm gonna grab the coal so we can make some torches because I think we found a fuck off hole.
That's fine. I'm gonna kill this boss real
Would
quick.
you like some iron pants? Or some leather pants?
My pants are a boss drop, so I'll pass.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I found the surface.
Ooh, Tyson's destructive wooden mattock of cave exploration.
I'm also going to make us a barrel or a chest here so that way we can put some stuff in it while we're exploring.
Well, that's fine.
I got some peaches.
Peaches, 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 peaches.
I also got some elderberry and some nightshade and some demon dream seeds and some
In the goddamn fuck kind of structure did I
oranges.
fucking find?
I don't know what this is. Put the fish in
I'm
here.
so confused.
Yeah, listen, that's my life right now. I don't know any of this. I've got a twig. I don't know what the difference is.
Put a twig into a crafting table, it turns into a stick.
Oh my god.
Oh, wait a second. Is this just a ship that was buried underground? Is that what I found?
Oh, that's cool.
Probably.
Have a good night. Okay. Oh, why did...
There's shit all over the ground. We're gonna have to put all of it in a chest somewhere.
I put some... I did some chesting. You've also got crap. What is this? What is this white crap? A tin ore? Do we want that? I'm just gonna grab all the coal for now. I'm gonna focus on that. So I don't get overwhelmed by all the garbage that's literally everywhere. I can't handle this kind of stress. I
Okay,
already spent
cool.
6 hours talking about shadversity. I don't like...
Then don't be stressed.
I'm trying.
Just stop.
I'm trying
Just
my
don't do
best. All right, like I'm.
Just stop.
That's what the beer's for.
Okay, drink more of it then.
What's this?
It's not working.
It's not. I got one more. We got nickel ore and tin ore, and what is this? Zinc ore and.
Zinc is gonna be useful in nickel and tin are going to be useful in mechanism and railcraft.
Okay, well, I'm gonna focus on getting the zinc and the coal.
We need to look out for lead as well.
Alright, I'll keep an eye out. What color is
I found some.
Never mind.
It's purple.
Okay.
Don't mind the fact that I've got.
This is not fucking purple, you liar.
Don't mind the fact that I've got 3 ominous banners.
There's
don't
multiple types
too
of
hard.
lead.
I found some lead
Lead's in
ore.
multiple mods. If it's lead ore, then it's probably like a light blue.
Yes, you should come and get it, because I don't have the right equipment to mine it.
Neither do I.
Well, that's a bit of a issue. I will put this here, so we remember to come back, which we will definitely not.
Will we remember? I don't know. Find out next time.
Let's find out next time on We're Never Playing This Again.
Rude.
Are you sure about that?
No,
That might be you.
I'm pretty sure I'm lying. Ouch. I'm pretty
Just ouchie to
sure
myself.
I take fall damage the most in this game. Out of any damage that I actually take. Although I have noticed I'm struggling a little bit with lag when it comes to, like, large amounts of monster spawns.
Oh, that's right. You can't change the channel on a level 1 dank null.
I don't know what any of those words meant.
And
So there's
you
a
never
store.
will.
Alright. Well, you said it.
This is fine.
Which means I cannot explain it to you now.
That's fair and reasonable.
Listen, this is the lore for you to be ignorant.
That's fine. I'm a goblin. To be fair, I also didn't ask.
Correct. Therefore,
No, that's just fucking rude.
Do we need the
no knowledge for you.
Do we need the copper ore for anything?
Not yet, I don't think.
What's this green shit? Inferium?
Mystical Agriculture is the mod name.
Do we need any of it?
Ethereum it's useful. It makes farming like a million times easier. I just don't even know how to fucking use it.
Sounds like we know what you're working on.
I'm not doing it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna grab it.
Coward.
There's also some more of it. We've got some aluminum here. And some yellow something or another. And some gothric or something? I don't know what this is. Orange shit. I'm assuming Colin already left me behind again.
Nope, I'm over where that chest is.
Oh, I found a bunch of crap down this waterfall.
That's awesome. Mine all of it.
No.
Then perish.
Okay, I will mine it all. Only because you didn't ask nicely. Rude ass.
You're welcome.
I thought we agreed that you were gonna focus on certain ones, and I was gonna focus on certain ones.
Of what?
What? The ore! So that way we wouldn't accidentally overburden our crap.
You had a lot of
I'm
you
working
had a
on
lot
something
of
to fix
faith.
that.
You had a lot of faith and expectations in him that just never came to fruition.
Yeah, but I feel like
Not allowed.
I feel like I said that out loud.
Wrong. Incorrect. False.
God, he turned into fucking Riker. Stop turning into Riker. I found a go f myself area. Can you come save me?
Wow, that's crazy.
Shut the fuck up. Go help her, you asshole.
I'll be there in a second.
Jesus Christ.
I have to change some stuff because some of my keybinds are wrong. Like, why is Travelers and Sophisticated the same key?
I did leave you an iron pickaxe in the chest. At home. Base. Herbie
Yeah.
Schmerby, welcome. It's a new update. Good one. Haven't played in like 6 months. Yeah, the new update is good. This is, however, this is modded as hell. We are very much as modded as we could possibly be. He's specifically turning into... Oh, I don't know if I can take that. What is this? Uranite? I don't think I can mine this. What are you... I found silver ore as well.
Not.
Yeah, no, I don't think I can. We need to get the iron pickaxes down here. So I'm just gonna strip what I can find that I can get. And then leave the rest to, once we have the right stuff.
Oh, that's right. I don't have the stuff for Silent Gear right now. Damn it.
That sounds rough, buddy. Yeah, he's turning into specifically Riker from Ripley's, like the Ripley's Believe It or Not. Like, we made this, we made it up. Not real. Fake. Fraudulent. You were wrong. No way. Never happened.
L+ ratio.
No, I found lead ore, but I can't mine.
Plus didn't ask.
Okay. Where the fuck did you head? Down?
I lit the way. Down the waterfall.
Oh my.
Hello.
Ouch.
I literally made you stairs.
Uh-huh.
You may have made him stairs, but you did not make him brain cells.
That's a good point.
Now that's just fucking rude.
Riker is space Florida man hooking up with all the aliens. I mean, he did eat, like, the weirdest food, didn't he? Wasn't that, like, part of his shtick? Oh my god, what is this? What? Okay, I'm gonna make us... What? What? No, go away, go away. I have a sword,
Ooh,
leave me
dimensional
alone.
shards.
I'm gonna make us a chest specifically for all of the ore.
I love how I'm the only one at the house right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back in a second. I'm just gonna make us... Okay, so where do I put this? The big chest here is for all of our ore and stuff. So I'm organizing this a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So
Wow.
could you be like not the worst about it? Thanks.
Unacceptable.
Big preach.
I'm coming up there to judge it right now.
Okay, well that's fine.
Oh my god, look how horrible that looks.
Shut up.
Do I have a pebble that I
joking.
can throw at him? No, I don't. Damn.
I'm nowhere near you guys.
That's fine. I'm on my way back. Oh wait, hold on. Before I go back, wait. Hey, you got a backpack. That's cool.
Yeah, I made it.
I'm gonna bring the seeds and the trees, and that, and that, and this, and this, and this, and this. What the fuck is this? Transistor? Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna bring the enchanted book or the scroll or any of that shit. I'll bring this. Nope. Okay, I'm gonna
How
bring
much of this is going to become just artificial land at some point? Probably a
Yes.
lot of
all of it?
Yes.
I don't know what that means, but I'm going to make a guess.
Expand the island as much as I can
Definitely.
to make room for me to build stuff.
I'm also bringing more dirt with me because I'm going to assume we're going to need more.
I need to make my backpack bigger.
This bitch out here making backpacks, not even sharing.
It takes leather, and leather was a pain to grip. So, as soon as I have more leather, I will make more.
Cool, thanks. I made extra boats. I made extra, like, tools. Ouch.
Haha, it's nighttime. I'm in danger.
You know what I could do? Is I could take this turtle, and I could go and have the turtle start auto-farming. But it would take me tabbing out and seeing if I still have that fucking
Thank you.
Python script.
Thank you for the follow, Secret Keeper, Red Mage Cell, I wonder
guess
who
it
that
wouldn't be
is.
Python.
And Chugway. Welcome. I do need to get an audio cue for that, which I do not currently have. Guys, what should I make my audio cue for follows? The silence is deafening, truly.
That.
There's too many options. Alright. I'm gonna plant some
All of my
crap.
options are bad.
Who's got the hoe?
Not me.
Not her, apparently.
Yeah. I ain't the hoe. I made the hoe, and then I gave it to somebody else.
Who'd you give it to?
You shouldn't hoe yourself out.
Colin, get over here and hoe this.
No.
Yes.
Denied.
Hoe!
Wrong.
Ho, you've been summoned. This is a booty call. You didn't do any of it. Oh my god.
Do any of what?
The hoeing.
I used the entirety of that hoe to hoe the land.
Then why didn't you say
consumed
so?
large portion of
Ah!
There was that
I don't know.
whole problem where a creeper blew up our farm, so you know.
Yeah, that was a problem too.
That is a thing that did happen.
It's all spiders. I don't want to go down there.
I'm gonna make
Wait a minute.
a new hoe.
I know it's down there. I want to go down there.
Yeah, I told you that, right? Like I found a fuck off hole.
You see andesite.
Cop.
Can you bring that home?
Chat says cock blocked.
If I find it. What?
The hoeing.
Oh. Some of us live with the thirst, and others, we drown in it.
You drown in thirst?
I didn't stutter.
Is that how that works?
I don't know how anything works.
Yeah, I'm on his page. Just kind of live. Or
I
try.
just wanna live. Just wanna live. Just wanna live.
Bold ambitions.
Still haven't found what I'm looking for.
Fuck! I missed my shot. Oh god, I gotta leave! That's like 8 spiders. No thanks.
Good night, sweet
I'm
prince.
gone. Leaving that area.
Ah, my hoe is broken. No. Huh. Time to make more sticks.
Hmm. Hmm.
Huh. I don't think I'm going to need more than another one. How do you guys feel if I put a chest by the farm so that way we can put some
Do what you want.
farm
Do it.
supplies in that area? Listen, I'm asking because I want to know if you guys are gonna fuck it up as soon as I put it together.
Absolutely.
Ah!
Probably not.
Mm.
Don't
He
listen
won't,
to
I
him.
will.
Okay, well, I'm considering my options.
He sees every chest as a dump chest until we have like a fucking storage system up.
I mean, I'm
And then
kind.
it's still a dump chest.
Okay, fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. This is fine.
God damn it. Go away, silverfish. Is that a mimic? That's a damn mimic.
Okay, I can't plant
Get
that.
fucked, loser.
I can plant trees, and I have dirt for that. And I have more asparagus seeds. And I have an asparagus. I don't know what this is, and I don't know what this
And
is.
asparagus.
Asparagus. Okay, I'm gonna go get another beer.
Is that a medical condition?
A beer?
No. The aspirate whatever.
If I swear to God, if I could make a mimic chest, I would. And not,
that's
and I
what
would
I'm
not
fighting.
tell them. Shh.
Why would you not tell me? Come on.
Because it's funny.
Shut the fuck up.
Hey look, I got a villager hat. It decreases the trading prices.
On a scale of 1 to I don't give a fuck.
Maybe you should.
Just saying that I don't.
Ooh, I found an anvil. Feels like a trap.
Most times it is.
Look at all that golden blocks of copper. Chipped gem of the samurai. 8 melon slices. Hmm.
Okay, I'm back. Hi, my name is Markiplier, and this is Bob and Wade. We're playing Drunk Minecraft. And one of these motherfuckers... I can't imagine which one.
Uh-huh. Go ahead, point your finger. Do it.
Alright, I mean I did. You need to be watching the stream. Okay. I have Nightshade. What do I do with it?
Bedtime. I don't know what to do with Nightshade. I'm afeared of phantoms.
You hold on to it for a little while.
You put it in your mouth. You'd give it a little taste.
What the hell is that sound?
Sound of Nick putting it in his mouth and giving it a little taste.
Mmm.
Yummy.
Delicious.
Delicious. Tastes good.
Yum. Oh, look how much storage space I have now. Fantastic.
I like how both me and Leoric are sleeping and Milky Way manatees out there just
being me. Living
He's
my
just
best life.
vibing, living his best life, man. I don't know.
You gonna hate on me for living my life?
No, definitely not.
Cool. I can't sleep. I'm trapped underground and everything wants to kill me.
Oh no.
Send help. Oh, that's one of the mods I should have put on here. Morpheus, so that way you guys could sleep. Remember how to get out.
Okay, I think I planted, we need trees, right?
Yes.
Oh, I have just enough iron to keep me going.
I'm making an assumption that the trees still require the 4 dirt blocks.
Huh?
Like they gotta
Should be able to do it with just one.
They gotta be surrounded by dirt.
No.
Oh, well, I did anyway.
Oh. Okay.
I don't know why I said 4 though. 4 is definitely not the right number. Okay, so we got trees going. I have old root. Is this for anything? Eating, I guess.
Eat it. Yum, yum, yum. Delicious in your tum. Alright. How do I want to do this?
We should
I
probably
guess like that.
we should probably group up for the
Whoops.
dungeon area.
I mean that area I just fell down into?
Maybe there's like 2 of them. I wasn't able to plant the radishes because I'm stupid.
Seems legit. Checks out.
Okay, so that doesn't go there. Can I plant one of these here? No. Berry bushes. Okay, well, I'm gonna plant berry bushes around the trees.
Berry bushes hurt you if you walk through them.
That's why I left a space. Calm down. Or you could just, you know, suck it up, weenie. You'll be fine. I also have peaches. I can't plant those, it doesn't seem. And I have oranges. Leoric, would you like to not die of scurvy?
You mean with the oranges that I brought home?
Yeah, here you go.
Jesus fucking Christ.
You asked.
You're fair.
Listen, here I am sharing is caring, and like, no love.
You want...
Ow!
Here, have some apples.
Oh, we have radish seeds. Oh, thanks. That's a nice trade. I'll take these.
Ow!
We got this. Nice. Alright, our farm is actually starting to fill out pretty good. I still don't know what to do with the elderberries. They do not seem to plant anywhere. Your microwave head is freaky. We also haven't planted the cocoa beans anywhere yet. Would you like a peach?
No, I'm fine.
Sir, would you like a peach?
I am fine. I don't need it. No thanks. Leave me alone. No.
Sir, would you
You
like
can't
a
make
peach?
me. No, leave me alone. False, wrong. I'm a ghost.
Only cowards don't eat ass.
He's right.
I have to go get my supplies.
For eating ass?
I probably shouldn't justify that with an answer.
You just,
Yeah, he
this
needs
is
to get his
true.
ass eaten supplies.
I came back at a very awkward time, didn't I?
Nah, this is normal.
Not unless you needed supplies for ass eating.
I mean, are we talking like a snorkel or?
Stop! You're not supposed to give away my secrets.
Not my secrets.
Man, getting his lore from Pornhub.
Alright, we have also Demon's Dream Seeds, which I guess I'm gonna see if they plant down
That's
here.
cultism.
They count, yeah, they plant though, that's all I care about.
Don't forget your PP.
Basically, yes. I don't know what this is either. I just have like a bunch of garbage that I don't understand, and I'm gonna put it in this box because that makes sense to me. There's a fresh hoe in there as well.
Oh, a fresh one.
Yeah.
Not used.
Well, it's a little used, but it's fresh for a hoe.
Well used.
What exactly is classed as ass-eating supplies? Yeah, that's a great question. I would like some elaboration on that.
Snorkels,
I mean, we've already started on it. Basically, scuba gear.
Scuba gear.
fireworks.
So do you need like, okay, well, do you need a wetsuit? Because scuba gear is like an air tank, or are you talking about like snorkeling?
No.
Depends how deep down in there you getting. Like
I need a whole shark cage.
a
Shark cage!
Shut the fuck up.
Oh my god.
We go into places never seen before.
I'm gonna make us another
For the
hoe.
dank depths.
The dank depths.
I feel like
Glorious.
we probably shouldn't need another one for a while.
Where is... Why is it not working?
Ass-eating
How odd.
supplies, something that's not Taco Bell. Don't want a chocolate rain. God damn it.
That's what taco shells in?
Taco shells?
So I only have one response to that, and it's I don't kink shame. You do you, bud.
I have a question. Soft or hard shell? I think
That
that's
is an important question.
I think that's a valid question.
Well, I've always had a preference of soft, but I guess it's like to each their own.
Okay, have you guys ever done the big brain though?
Both.
Yeah, where you take the you have the hard
Crunch
shell.
Crunch Supreme.
You take the hard shell and you eat your hard shell taco, and then everything that falls out of the hard shell falls into a soft shell that you then fold up and consume.
Don't forget to put another soft shell underneath that one.
Shit,
So-
that's 500 IQ.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I love it.
It's the biggest of brains.
Open portable fluid cell.
I made one additional chest for supplies for farming. Bonk. Now I'm gonna make one more hoe and put it in there. So there's 2 hoes downstairs and 1 hoe upstairs. As it should be.
You know what? I don't feel like it's worth correcting that.
What do you mean correcting? What? I don't need correcting. I'm not wrong.
Why just 2 downstairs?
Listen. It's not like it's the only option, but it's on. Okay, are we going spelunking? Or are we farming? What are we doing? What's the plan? I feel like we should build our own little houses on this island here, and that we can have a tower in the middle and then mini houses for each of us on the outside, kind of like this little outcrop. I think that would be cute. Thoughts?
I'm gonna destroy this house over here.
Alright.
When I get to building a house.
We've also got a tree here. It's ready to be knocked. Oh, elderberries come off trees. I see.
They should come off elder trees.
Oh, this is an oak tree. And... I also don't know why I'm still just, like, breaking things one at a time. Probably because I'm stupid.
No. Probably
Force-
better that you're breaking them one at a time.
Force of habit.
Using the Graves key, remember, consumes a lot of your hunger and saturation bar.
Yeah, but I got a ton of
Fell
food.
down another god dang hole.
Did you find the
Damn.
other hole that I was talking about?
No.
Oh, okay. Listen, I got a nice little system going over here. Oh, have your dog go under you when you eat tacos so the dog can consume the tacos? Yeah, that works. Provided it's not like a taco that your dog would be allergic to. So, like, I can't give Puck a chicken taco. He will have the worst... You know what? He'll have a fine day. I'll have a bad day.
I found a fig.
Nest is empty. Use a spawn item on it to attract a bee. There are no bees in this location that will move into this nest. Productive
Correct.
bees. Sand nest. Okay, well, what do we need to get to put in here?
A bee.
Oh. You need me to go find a bee?
Use your sturdy cage. Go get a bee. Put him in that nest and let him convert himself into that type of bee.
Has anybody checked on the rice?
I don't even know
No.
where you put the
Oh,
rice.
33%. I put it over here. It's in the corner. I'm just kind of slowly building a whole outside of this into different kinds of farming. So, like, just around the outside.
I'm slowly making my way back to my body.
Oh my god, I forgot you died already.
That was 3 creepers just exploding themselves. Fantastic.
Have you considered building yourself a shield?
My shelf a shield?
Yourself a shield. This is Sean Connery with the Daily News.
I have considered that. I find only one problem with that, and that is I am surrounded. I have no supplies, and all of my supplies are down in a deep, dark hole.
Well, what did you
Which
do
I
that?
just died.
Fell from a high place. Okay.
I'm gonna need other people to come with me.
Hi, welcome back. Would you like to stock up on some supplies before you leave, sir?
No.
Please somebody clip that. No, slams
Good
door.
old-fashioned corpse run.
Knock, knock, knock. Excuse me. Hello, sir. Would you like to? Do you have time to speak about our Lord and Savior Peaches?
No.
Okay. All right. All right. All right. Sticks. Charcoal. My pickaxe.
It's
What are you?
tombstone is what I'm looking for in the. That's right.
We have lots of
Keybinds.
this. Good. Good. What's this? Oh, raw tin. Okay. Berries. Pumpkin. Have we made a pumpkin patch yet? It doesn't look like we have the right spot for that. Okay. Are we all sleeping? No. No, we're not. Okay. I'm gonna make us a dirt spot for... Does this blue shit matter? This wild flax? Can I move this?
Yes.
It turns into string.
Okay. I'm gonna move this over just a little bit. There we go. I am going to do this. If I remember correctly, the best way to do this is to plant every other. Oh, okay.
What do you want?
Once we rest, I will need your assistance to go get my shit.
Flax.
What am I getting out of this deal?
You want a funny answer or a real answer?
Both.
I don't know what the fuck that noise was,
Alright.
but I hate it.
Funny answer, you'll get my friendship.
Don't
Oh
want that.
god, alright, sure.
I don't need that.
Real answer, I don't know. I might have something interesting in my backpack. Vic's got a second whoopee cushion that I could get for you.
I've already got a whoopee cushion.
I put extra whoopee cushion already in like in the boxes. That's a whole
No,
lot
I need your
of
help
noise.
to go get my shit though.
I'm more
It
than
means
happy.
that we'd be
I'm more
it means
than,
we'd be cave spelunking.
I mean, I'm down. I love splunking. I'm here for it.
Oh, I didn't know that.
What, that I'm here for
You can turn
splunking?
lantern. No, you can turn lanterns on and off.
Yeah. You can do it with the candles too. Oh, I
Did
forgot.
you did you see the work that I did in the lower farm?
Not yet.
I have also
Pumpkins!
fixed the upper farm so that it's not just a strip of dry dirt.
That's good. Oh, I forgot. I forgot the hoe!
That's crazy.
Ah! You'd think I would know better. Excuse me.
Hey, cave splunk time? Yes?
1 second. I'm planting pumpkins. Okay, there we go.
I am getting myself some iced tea, so give me a minute.
Where's Mike Myers? He knows about hoeing.
I'll get you some. You didn't ask. Didn't ask if I, you know.
Oh, that's food, that's food. Why do these things look like Navi from fucking... we
Hey,
also
listen.
have one thing I want to build before we go.
Ouch! Ouch!
What's that?
I want to buy... or I want to build a fire pit.
Oh yeah. Are we gonna build our houses beach themed?
Oh, I just blanked out. Searching for fire was too much!
Cheshire has left
That's
the game.
Oh no!
That's crazy. Alright, back to cooking fish.
I'll be back in a second. I'm just gonna make sure that it's not visible when I put in the number again.
You
Okay,
shouldn't need to.
it doesn't matter. No one can join unless I've whitelisted.
Oh, that's good to know. But that's
And
still
they
with
have
it
to be
would.
connected to the Hamachi
Oh,
server too.
I didn't even have to worry about it. It just did it by itself. Okay, I didn't even have
Yeah,
to worry
because
about
you
it.
added the server, and it wasn't just direction.
I made it easy for you.
Thank you. I appreciate your assistance, good sir.
No, you don't.
What do you
Don't lie to
mean?
me
No,
like
I
that.
don't.
Don't get my hopes up.
What? This is
Don't make
nonsense.
me think that a human enjoys my interaction.
How mad are you guys gonna be when this turns into a YouTube VOD later?
Whatever.
I don't care.
I realized that I was in such a rush to get everything going. I'm only now realizing I never made the bed. Whoops.
I can convert emeralds down to BE3 and O18. That could be useful. With AL2, ooh, I could extract the aluminum from the emerald. That seems worth it.
I'm looking forward to my sweet chili pork that I set up and have been left to marinate for like 2 hours.
When are you gonna cook that, by the way? Because it's already 9 o'clock.
I'm sorry, is that like any of your business? I'm kidding.
I'm just asking for a friend because maybe I might like come and steal some. I don't know.
You're gonna come all the way to my place to steal some fucking. I mean, that's fine.
What?
Do you want some?
It's only an hour. It's only an hour drive.
It's only an hour away. You guys want me to cook for you? I'm totally down. I'll cook for all of
No.
you.
Except for Colin, because he's too far away.
Yeah, he's gonna hop a
Hand deliver
border.
that?
Hand deliver it. I have my passport. Do you?
Yes.
I don't feel justified to answer that question.
So you need me to
Haven't
come.
we had this
you need me to
conversation that
come to
you-
you.
It sounds like Colin just needs to get his own passport.
Yeah, it does.
Because we're all here. Why should we displace ourselves?
I mean, I don't mind going to visit.
Actually, funny enough, what's really funny enough is because of my job, I have to have one.
That's great.
So you do.
It sounds like-
So you're gonna come visit.
No.
What the fuck?
Why?
Not even one time for the one for drinks.
Why would you not come visit us?
Tempting. Do you know how much of a pain in the ass it is to fill out those forms?
Which ones? The ones
All
they
of them.
hand you on the airplane that are like yes, no, 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 yes, no, no, yes, no?
I don't want to do it.
Oh my god.
What a piece of shit.
Fine. No fancy poutine, no good beer, and no home-cooked meals for you.
Good.
Mm-hmm. Fine. Good. Great.
I'll stick with my normal cuisine of mostly smoked meats.
Athens in the chat said passports cost $200 to $300. I feel like mine was not that expensive, but it's also been
Yeah.
like 5
Well,
years.
it depends.
Well,
So it
also-
depends on. You might need to get yours renewed, actually.
Soon,
If-
I
depending
will,
on
yeah.
whether you got your 5 or your 10-year.
I got the 10-year one, so
There's also
I'm back.
there's also clearances that can get added onto the passport.
Well,
You could also
So-
just get your Nexus pass.
how do I... Fire. Please don't... Oh my god, I can't search fire, it just crashes the game. You know
Ouch.
what?
Correct.
I-
It crashed me too.
Oh my god! Okay, it's not just me. Alright.
Now, does it do it for me?
That's the real question. Oh.
What is in the fire?
Athens, that's so
Alright.
sad. It crashed you too?
Ready? Ready?
Yes.
Fire. Yes.
It's broken.
Ouch.
Fire's complete broke.
All right, let's see.
borked.
View crash report.
Athens said so you can't visit Puck because you don't have your passport. It's a little bit difficult for me to bring Puck to America, only because he's an old man and would not do very well on an aeroplane. But driving over the border is certainly something that is doable for me, so that might be an option at some point, but we'll see. I mean, if people can fly to meet me at places that are a little bit easier for me to get to, Also, I'm not loading into the multiplayer yet because I'm waiting to see if our milkman manatee over here figures out what's going on. Technical difficulties for drunk Minecraft.
I am reloading it, but I'm also reviewing the crash log and finding the incompatibilities that are causing this to happen.
I should probably take this time to make my bed like an adult.
What? Why would you do that?
I don't know. I legitimately left I was snacking on eggplant dip and fucking tortillas, and the tortillas are on the bed.
Well done.
I definitely have not exposed myself as the absolute trash person that I am.
Garbage.
Garbage.
Ha! Here it is. Entity being rendered causing stack trace error. Twilight Forest fire beetle.
God damn it.
Here I am trying to search campfire. There we go. What's adulting? Said Flame Grilled Freak 2021. Great question. Next question. Also, you have a wonderful name and I greatly appreciate it.
Were they only flame grilling freaks in 2020, or were you the only one grilled in 2020?
They're the only one that survived the grilling in 2020.
The great grilling of 2020.
Yes. What's adulting? Paying taxes.
We don't do that here.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
What does that word mean?
Paying taxes requires making over a certain tax bracket.
I'm sorry, I'm from America. What does that word mean?
Tax bracket or taxes?
Yes?
Bless.
I don't have enough stinky points.
You don't have enough stinky points for taxes?
Nope.
Wow, that sounds like a you problem.
That sounds like the opposite of a problem.
In this economy?
As long as I can get gifts and treats, that's enough for me. He has all my love. There is an Amazon wish list that is linked on YouTube if you do want to send Puck something. I will try to film his reaction whenever possible. Being an adult is deciding whether you're eating or putting fuel in your car that month. Oh, it's so sad! I just don't have a car. I don't drive. I refuse to play that game.
Yeah, so if I'm gonna hang out with her, I gotta pick her up myself and drive her places.
I mean, I can meet you places, but...
You know what's really funny about that? He's just a chauffeur.
Fucking hate it here. I'm gonna go jump off a bridge real fast.
I'll beat you to it, I'll drive.
Who's closest to a bridge?
Me.
Him. I live in the middle of... I live in the middle of nowhere.
10 minutes max walking.
Maybe an hour. Hour and a half.
People are saying my mode of transportation is my dog. I just sit on his back and ride him into battle.
Yeah. I mean, you are small enough.
Yeah. I'm small enough and the dog is big enough. I drive for work. I grew up in the countryside in the UK, so driving was inevitable. Yeah, if you kind of live in the middle of butt-fucking nowhere, you kind of are stuck. You have to drive. I live in the city, and I make sure that I'm within walking distance. Anytime I've ever moved, I've always made sure I'm within walking distance of one of 3 places. The grocery store, the pet store, and the liquor store.
So now something's gonna change.
Okay.
Okay, what's gonna change? Are we removing Twilight Forest?
Port number is gonna change. 62318.
Guys, we made a milestone on Twitch. We're getting bots in the chat. Yay!
62318.
Now this makes me wonder, does camp make the thing crash too? No. You just type in camp, it comes up no problem.
What does
Just
fires?
don't type in fire, just type in camp.
I haven't fixed the fire problem. I don't know what's wrong with it. You're gonna have to give me time.
Okay. Alright. Noted.
I don't know why fire is causing it to crash like that. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Thank you very much for the follow, Aku, by the way. Greatly appreciated.
Nick, this feels like the home server issue all over again.
It really is.
I'm
Oh,
gonna cry.
I can't connect to
Gonna
the
fucking
server
cry.
yet.
Huh?
I can't connect to the server yet.
No, you've got to change the port number. So you got to hit edit and then change the port number. So the number after the colon.
Okay, did you send me the number?
I told you it.
I wasn't.
It's 62318.
Thanks.
Welcome.
Thanks! I was trying to be nice and not, like, share your shit, but, you know, whatever. I know
Okay.
I know that you've protected yourself, but that doesn't mean that I'm not going to be considerate about your space. It's the internet. I don't know what people are capable of. Probably everything.
They can certainly try.
And they will, guaranteed.
You know, at one point in time, I was a mod in your old Twitch
Yeah,
years ago.
back in the day? Yeah. I mean, you
Nope.
guys are still all mods in the Discord, unbeknownst to the, like, the majority of people that are in there.
Yep, they have no idea. They don't even know who we are.
I am 100%, like, Oh, I failed to connect to the server. What
Yeah.
the fuck?
I'm a mod, all right.
Why did I fail to... why am I failing to connect? What the fuck?
I don't know.
What's the...
But the
What'd you do wrong?
server is not there.
What's the... Yeah, what did you do, Colin?
It's on. I don't know what you're talking about.
What's the number?
The port number
62318.
334. I changed it
Sorry.
just
you
now
did-
because you guys said you're having trouble.
Okay.
The
What
nu-
is it again?
62334.
62334.
You need to delete the previous port. That's not gonna work.
Oh, what? Editing doesn't work? It stays the same.
No, go to edit. Go to edit.
She already
Yeah.
did.
I did
No, so you see how it says 25.11.146.115,
that. Yeah.
and how you have that colon and those other string of 5 numbers there? Get rid of those 5 numbers. The 58155. Get rid of that.
And then put the other numbers there. Yeah.
I'm gonna assume that that is correct.
So, simply putting it, those first numbers are the IP address, so that tells it where to connect, and the port tells it what port to connect on the computer to transmit data. Is the easiest way to put that.
We did it.
Why do we have this mountain of sand here?
I don't know. Get rid of it. It's an eyesore.
Oh, there's shenanigans taking place in the Discord. So, alright, side note. Oh my god, what is Monty getting into? You know what, I'll deal with that later. There is shenanigans afoot. So...
Is
Where are
it
these
something that we
shenanigans?
should be paying attention to?
No. It's fine. It's the amusing kind of shenanigans that I'll probably talk about later. Yeah, Steve
enough.
nonsense. Yeah. Chat knows. And I'm sure I will get the opportunity to address and talk a little bit about that in the future, but it's more like things are beginning to happen, and I want to wait and see what happens before I talk about it too much. 1 second.
So this leads me to other things. So camp causes it to crash. Does that cause it to crash? Yes, it does.
What caused it to crash this time? Campfire?
No, not campfire. So it looks like anything ending in RE is causing it to crash. Which doesn't make sense to me. What is happening in that chat that's causing a problem? Oh.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Fuck.
I don't know why it's having a conniption.
It's just having a friggin' stroke.
What I think it could be is maybe we're typing the letters in too fast, which is causing it to load through lists too quickly.
That doesn't make any goddamn sense.
It's possible that it could cause issues if it does that, though. Yeah, I tried to see if another keyword would work. Don't type in anything that ends in RE, apparently,
Oh,
and you can't type too fast.
okay.
So I'm not quite sure how that worked.
Okay. So I just can't get in? What do I
No,
do now?
give it a second. Give it a second. I've got to reload.
Oh, okay. I'll wait. That's
I'm
fine.
almost done. Almost done.
Sorry, my roommates were like, are we making this pork, or are you making it later, or are we ordering food? But we kind of just want to order food. And I'm like, if you want to order food, order food. I don't give a shit.
I mean, that's fair.
Actually, what I did say is one of the roommates was asking, like, is this a food for everybody, or is, like, are you making it for everyone, or are you just, like, making it, like, a small amount? And I was just like, I don't know, are the fruit flies for everybody, or... Needless to say, I'm being a sassy pants. Because I deserve to be a sassy pants. I mean, if they're gonna come up here to ask me questions, they should at least be kind enough to deliver another beer.
Sounds like you'd go up there to ask for a favor. You bring a beer with you.
Yes! Not only do you bribe your DM, but if you also bribe the person who's cooking. Is the teepee for everyone or just you? I do have, like, nice toilet paper that these assholes have been using for jizz rags, and I'm like, you bitch! Don't use my good toilet paper for jizz rags. Men are gross.
Heard. Yes, chef.
Do Milk Manatee and Leoric know about the TP incident? I don't know. Did I tell you guys about that like a couple months ago?
I don't believe you discussed that with us. Mostly probably because either we didn't listen or we didn't care.
Or I wasn't,
Sure, both.
or I hadn't talked to you guys in a while.
All of the above are true.
62438.
6-2.
And it's up. 438. I guess for now. Why am I poisoned? What just attacked me? Bob, what are you? Poisonous libel.
It's from Evil Crap.
Oh God.
I hope you die without us. So one of my roommates, short story. Imagine a world where you're a woman on your period who needs to deal with bathroom issues that may or may not include blood and tissue everywhere, and somebody in the house doesn't replace the fucking toilet paper. Not only do they not replace the toilet paper, but they don't replace the last one in the cupboard when there already is access to toilet paper that is just not in that room. I'm still failing to connect to the server. What did you do?
You gotta change the 3.
I didn't.
You son of a bitch!
Okay. What is the full list of numbers that I need?
Hold on, I'll just send it to you.
Thank you! Oh my god. That's what I wanted the whole time!
Yeah, and all I ever wanted was a tasty sandwich.
Well, maybe if somebody was on the other side of the planet and reject the idea of coming to retrieve a sandwich, I would provide you said sandwich.
Hmm.
I make a damn good grilled sandwich. One of
What
my
was the other
specialities.
thing I needed? Oh, this. Let's...
I bet you at this point I would make such a good sandwich that would make you cry.
At least then I'd be feeling something.
Not you.
Real quick, on your Hamachi, it'll say desktop and then a letter. What's the letter? Is it F or H? At the top, right next to the little power button, it'll say like desktop FK or HF.
FK. FKR.
FK. All right,
Yeah.
that's fine. That's all I needed.
Okay.
Do 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 do
That.
do 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 do
Fuck.
do.
Oh, I probably should send it through that. That's probably
Yeah,
confusing
well, I
than that
see.
needs to
I
be.
see that there is a message that I can see. Oh, there's a chat. Oh, I got the number. Ah! I did it. Ah!
I'd clap, but I'm busy looking to see if anything else is going to poison me.
Well, you know, see if I actually connect to the server this time or not. You know. Okay, so that was the TP incident. Basically, one of my roommates is too incompetent to change the toilet paper. That's the joke.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Understood.
All right, shall we head out to go retrieve my crap?
I got better things to do.
I can come and help you, but can I please
Well,
make
it's going to be a gigantic cave exploration.
Yeah, that's totally fine. I just want to make I'm still failing to connect to the server.
That's not my fault.
How?
I don't know. I am literally copy and pasting
Check to see
this.
if there's any. Check to see if there's any spaces before or after it.
There are no spaces. I will paste it again. There are no spaces.
I feel like you're doing something wrong.
So do I. Thanks,
Funny,
Jay.
you would
Try
say
it.
it that way.
Okay.
Try hitting direct.
Wait,
Try
it says
hitting
it's
direct connect.
It says it's encrypting. Maybe it's gonna make it. Oh, listen, we
There you go.
don't want to talk about the dishwasher is the big problem. The dishwasher and the garbage are really bad. Okay, we're loading. There we go.
Okay. Time to go retrieve my shit.
You're not gonna wait? I thought you wanted help.
I do want help.
Are you gonna wait for me?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna sit over
Probably
here
not.
at the boat.
At the boat.
How dare you?
Say a true statement? Yeah, I know.
I know, it's terrifying.
What the fuck?
What the hell? Emotional damage.
I got plenty of that.
You too?
Emotional damage?
Shit, I got enough for a couple suitcases.
Alright, I'm gonna try this again. If I type camp and get kicked out.
Please.
I
don't
already
do
made a
anything
campfire.
crazy.
Oh, okay.
If I go at Macaw's, no, it's not Macaw's.
Where'd you put it?
It's in my inventory.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
I'm not worried. It's fine. Everything's fine. I'm not concerned. This is
Good.
fine. Everything's fine. I'm not.
Good.
All right.
Good.
I just want to make sure that I drop off everything so that way I can carry everything back that we need. I'm gonna keep some sticks. I'm gonna keep some rocks. Not gonna take that with me. Got a boat. Okay. I am going to make.
There's a boat over here. You don't need one.
Well, I have a boat anyway. Do you want me to leave an extra boat? I'll leave a boat. I'll leave a boat. Okay, I'm bringing
I
an
made
extra.
myself some. Thanks.
Huh? Yeah. I'm gonna leave. I'm bringing an extra crafting table. All right, off we go to get your shit.
Hop in.
Let's go. Thank you for lighting the bonfire. Why are we leaving at nighttime? This feels like a mistake.
We're cresting morning.
Is that what that is? Okay.
It's still nighttime.
It is, but at least it's not like going into nighttime. That was kind of like we're leaving as the sun is setting.
Look above your map. Above your mini map, it tells you what time of day it is.
Oh, look at that. Very cool. I can't trust any of these people, any of the people I live with. I'm stuck. I'm
Shift, control, shift. This is quite amusing.
I live here now. I'm gonna dig a hole.
Wow, that's crazy.
Thank you.
Could have just attacked the boat, by the way.
Oh. Alright. Where's your stuff?
Underground.
Is it down the waterfall?
Far underground.
That's okay. I'm here
We're
to help you.
on a damn journey.
We're on a mission.
Alright. We gotta go down here. We gotta go down here. I hope you're ready to fight something.
I mean, why wouldn't I be? Ouch. Ah, wait, I've gone too
'Cause
far.
I keep hearing you break your legs.
I don't know what you're talking about. Everything's fine. I went too far down. Where did you go?
Down.
Okay, yeah, but I went down further than you did. Okay, there you are. I drank my third beer really fast.
That's how you know it's taken effect.
Yeah. Correct. Oh my god, what the fuck?
Uh-huh.
What?
This way, please.
Why would you do this to yourself? Like, there's no you fucking surrounded yourself with darkness. Excuse me, Riku from Kingdom Hearts, I understand that you're trying to use the darkness to your favor, but could you fuck off? Thank you.
Nope.
You didn't light your way at all! What the fuck?
Nope. Not at all.
You didn't even strip mine it. Oh my
Okay, so here's the
god,
thing.
what the fuck?
Okay, so here's the thing.
I
This is the
assume
midway
you
point.
fell down here.
No, hear me out. This is the midway point.
Oh,
so there's
no.
a whole nother drop that we have to make.
Oh, no, we're not gonna make a drop. We're gonna make ourselves some stairs. There you go. Alright. Ah!
Having fun?
No, you're coming down, right?
Yep, I'm dropping sand. I'm building a staircase like you
Alright,
wanted.
well, hurry up.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Considering I keep getting hit by freaking spiders.
Okay, well, I died.
Uh-huh. It is painful. We could have used Nick's help.
We could have also used stairs that didn't take 3 days to build.
You're right. You're absolutely right. And,
Uh-huh. Go on.
ouch.
And ouch, he says. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna stock up. I'll bring some sand. You absolute clown.
Uh-uh.
My goodness. You know what
Hey,
would be
I
Huh?
built a thing.
Huh? What'd you build?
It's over by the fire.
I don't know where you put the fire.
Look over behind you. Nope. 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 Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. We can vibe.
Very nice.
I like it. Okay. That is very cool. Alright, fucking Christ. Alright. I left behind wood that it seems to be all used at this point, I think. No! I found it. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. Alright, how about...
No, I've solved this problem now.
Which problem?
The problem of me not being able to get my stuff back. I have a bucket of water. I can figure it out from here.
I have to go get mine now too, you fuck.
Oh, alright.
My favorite part is that he dragged you into this.
Jesus Christ.
I originally was asking for Nick's help. You volunteered.
Yeah, I was helping a friend, and then that friend decided to fucking leave me to die.
Now, do you understand why I didn't want to?
Yeah, I don't blame you. This is fine. It's alright. I understand the decision I made. It's okay. Do we have any usable iron? I'm pretty sure I left some here, but I don't know if it got used or not.
Do you need a sword?
No, I made 2 stone swords, but I want an iron pickaxe. Okay, whatever. This is good enough. I don't care. Let's go.
Can I get a singular stick?
Oh, you are so needy. Come here.
I know, I'm sorry.
Come here. Where are you?
You're not sorry.
No, I'm not.
But like,
I just need 1. That works.
I have a boat. You can come in whenever you're ready.
Fantastic.
The only thing I don't have that I wish I had on this excursion is a shield. All right, you ready? Let's go.
Go.
You didn't swing your sword. I didn't swing my sword because any swinging, like when you swing the sword, it puts the shield down, and I was hoping he would get down far enough to pull a little bit of the aggro that would give me the opening to swing. That's why. All right, let's hope you don't get stuck on the corner.
It was just everything.
There's just too many, yeah. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
I was down there for like a quarter of a second before everything decided.
The only reason I lived as long as I did was because I had a shield. Okay. Alright. I'm not taking the boat, I don't care. Alright, we gotta have, like, at least 2 brain cells about this. You gotta have what? Alright,
counteroffer,
that's a good start. Counteroffer, we both bring 1, and then we can rub them together.
And we fight for 3rd place.
Yes.
bad thing when my brain cells are doing better.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
It's a bad thing when your brain cells are doing better collectively.
Yeah, it gets worse. All right. Did you run off without me?
I'm sure between the two of you, you have more than one brain cell.
I'm over at the, and I quote, stairs.
Well...
I've used water to push everything back. You are safe to descend and grab your stuff.
At least I can follow the fucking water to get to wherever you're at, Mr. Two Brain Cells.
That's fine. I already have the path memorized, so not a big deal.
I'm not playing. Nope. I'm not gonna do it.
Alright, have your key out and ready.
Why?
And you're gonna basically just right-click on your grave, and then you can swim up. It'll give you all of your items back and re-equip your armor.
But what if I kill the spiders with the sand?
Probably not advised, but I mean, you could do it. Not saying you should do it, but you can.
How did it hit me from there?
Extendo arms.
Bye!
Go gadget rocket hands.
Oh, one of them made... Oh, look, they started coming up the waterfall. Who would have thought? You got a bucket? There you go. Now, look, you need to put that one down. Yeah, there you go. I don't like that they're able to hit me, but I can't hit them for some reason.
I'm assuming you're low on HP.
Yeah, I'm healing. It's okay. I brought some food. Have we considered carpet bombing the area? This is definitely, like, an issue. Like, how do I not... How are we not hitting them?
That's a great question.
I don't understand. Huh. I think we killed a couple of them, because there seems to be less now. Ah, we got one! We got him!
There's a spawner down there. That's the only way that there could be this many.
Oh, there's definitely a spawner down there. That's fine. It's just a matter of
What's spawning?
poison spiders.
Cave spiders. Don't break the spawner. Just turn it off with torches.
I will love...
What if we could?
I would love to... You know what we need to do? We need to, like, dig our way down and make, like, a...
Cave spiders can crawl through a 1-block gap.
Yeah, I know that they can, but if we make them crawl through a 1-block gap and we make a tunnel and only allow one through at a time and then block it, we can deal with this a lot easier. And we can we can just basically build our way to our shit. Oh my fuck! God, no!
Bye.
Bye!
Have a wonderful time.
Bye-bye!
I'm gonna try something risky.
I feel like my way is the best way.
Maybe. Probably.
I have a question about this dark steel. What does it do?
I'm sure.
What is it? Why am I poisoned now? What the fuck? Oh, fuck you! Old poison dragonfly shit. Good thing I brought an extra boat. This is cancer. Alright. Oh, did you die too?
Ouch.
Alright. Okay. Grab yourself some berries.
My favorite part.
Is that
Well,
Colin
I'm
is
not
causing
dealing with
problems? Yeah, Alright. We can do this. We're smarter than the spiders, right?
That's a lot of faith.
We're smarter than the spiders, right?
I'd like to think so.
Sure. Winkus Wonkus.
Biggest brainus.
Winkety Wonkety.
Hey. We got some berries.
Got some berries, we got some sticks. I don't know where my iron went. I know I put some in, but I don't know where it is. Oh, maybe I put it in this one. I thought this house was gonna get destroyed, so I figured it'd be moved.
I'm getting to it. Don't worry.
Okay, well.
Look, the sand
fine.
dune next to the house is getting taken care of first.
Do you want your whoopee cushion hat?
Nope.
Okay. I got mine.
All right.
Here. We deserve this.
Do you?
Yes.
For the foolishness.
Yeah, for being the dumbest pair in the land. Yeah. Alright. We're gonna do this. We're gonna big burn our way into, like, actually not being stupid.
I wish you luck.
Yeah, thanks.
May the odds be in our favor.
No, we know that they're not in our favor. I have the boat. Where did you go?
Over here.
Alright.
Look, I've fixed our issue with.
Get in here.
Onwards.
Okay. What did you fix our issue with? Stupidity?
Where are you going? Where are you going?
Over here. What are you talking about?
I can't fix
Where
that
are you
issue.
going, step monster?
Ooh, woo.
You can't steal my Monster Hunter thing, you fuck.
Mine's just ouch. I think mine for the monster grabbing you is better.
Alright, are you ready? We're gonna be not stupid this time, okay?
We have whoopee cushions on our head.
Yes!
That's a lot. That's a lot of faith. Hey, look, there's another boat.
I'm taking this one. Where'd it go? It's gone. It disappeared.
It should be underwater or floating.
It is not!
Then it's in your inventory.
It is not. Oh, found it. Okay, let's go. Did you leave without me?
I'm at the waterfall.
What do fluffy seeds do? I grabbed those.
I don't know.
Okay, well, you left without me. Why would you?
I am just at the bottom of the waterfall.
There's a bunch
I
of
have not moved
zombies!
further. You're fine. Just ignore them. They can't hurt you if they can't see you.
I have an idea. How about we actually mine and craft some things in this game called Minecraft to enable us to
What?
succeed?
Who mines and crafts in this game?
I don't know how to get to the waterfall!
Just look at the mini map.
Ouch! Help, I'm lost and confused. Why did you leave me behind?
Naked and afraid.
How could you do this to— I mean, yes, correct, because all my gear is gone because I followed this asshole to go help him.
Hey, look, you can see me on the mini map. Just come to me.
I can't, I'm stuck. I'm getting attacked by zombies. Ah, there's so many.
I'm coming, hold on.
Somebody who memorized the way. Help. I'm so lost and alone in a boat.
In a boat? Why are you in the boat
I
still?
ran away.
My favorite part is listening to you guys.
Look, do you see me?
Yes.
Come over here.
Are you gonna leave without me?
Just come over here.
Are you gonna leave without me?
Get over here. Stop having abandonment issues and get up here.
Stop abandoning me and I'll stop having issues.
I don't think you know
It's
how
dark.
this works with him.
Where'd you go? Oh, don't leave
I'm
me.
above you. I have not moved.
Don't leave me, but I can't see! I can't get up there.
God, I'm so proud of you both.
I hate this. What are you do?
Get
Why
up.
are you going the difficult way?
I'm trying.
What are you doing?
I can't see
Just
anything.
follow
It's
me.
dark.
How low on the gamma do you...
Man, this is just. No, I'm enjoying my experience.
Alright. I'm gonna move the torch again. Here we go. Come over here. Moving the torch again. Right here. Whoop!
What a time to be alive.
There's a torch over here.
We live in the future.
Ouch. Ouch.
First things first, I hate that we live in a society.
Maybe Chesh needs one of those harnesses with the leash. Goblins are supposed to have
one of
dark
those
vision.
child harnesses.
At this point, I would take it.
Why don't we take that coal that's right there and use it to make more torches?
Because that would
Go
be
for
the
it.
intelligent thing to do.
I'm gonna ignore you.
I have less than 7 in intelligence. I don't know what a torch is, so I just go.
I'm gonna ignore you, and I'm gonna do this my way, because I think your way is causing us problems.
Sure, go ahead.
We've tried your way twice, and we seem to be dying consistently.
That's fair.
Thank you for validating me.
Those are some wild accusations.
Thank you for validating me.
I'm not doing it for you, I'm doing it for me.
He is doing it for him, because he knows my way is the only way that's gonna get him his shit back.
Not
Does he?
necessarily true. I could repeatedly smash my face until it works.
Uh-huh. Which it will definitely do.
Maybe. I don't know.
At least you're
Haven't
trying.
gotten that far yet.
I'll give you that much. Okay. Step 2. Oh, look at you. Good job. Step 2. Alright.
There's more coal up there.
Yeah, okay. But here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a quick thing where I'm gonna... Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, we're good. We're good. We're good.
Alright, I made it so they can't get up.
Good. Alright, also, we're gonna do this.
Uh-huh.
Thanks.
You have a door.
Good shit. Alright. Now I'm gonna go piss. I'll be right back.
All my friends hate each other.
Do 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 do. Ooh, that's catchy. I'm gonna go see if I can get my shit back. Worst case scenario, she comes back and I'm dead. I ain't no coward.
No, you're just dumb.
Biggest dumbest.
You don't know stupid. I know stupid. I'm pretty fucking stupid.
You don't know stupid. I know stupid. How do you know stupid? I am stupid.
My cousin is stupid. Sorry, what?
Okay. Oh, that's not good. Who would have known that being a cannibal was bad?
Auto cannibalism or just regular cannibalism?
You know, spice of life.
Hold on a second.
Okay, I've returned.
Welcome back. He has taken to cannibalism.
I mean, that's fine, I guess.
I believe it's auto cannibalism,
I'm pretty sure it's not the first time, so I'm not really concerned.
and it will most likely not be the last.
Yeah. That's fair.
Oh. Oh, you deleted the bed. So now I'm...
Oh, right. Oops.
Where am I? I'm in a void. I'm endlessly falling in a void. Noted. Okay, resolving that problem.
Oh, hey, did you spawn at my house?
I was endlessly falling in a void, so I decided to not be endlessly falling in a void.
Okay. That seems like a solid decision. Did you, like, check...
Now I'm a ghost.
Did you, like, check that there's, like, a go fuck off spot right here? And did you check to see if this go fuck off spot leads to exactly where we need to go?
Nope. I did not check that. That was not
Sure.
one of the things that I did.
Colin, where are you? You big dumb.
3 ways from Sunday dead.
Oh, okay.
He seems to enjoy, like, just ending his existence on a regular basis.
That's fine. That's fine.
Typical.
That's okay.
Oh, am I big dead here? Nope. I'm fine. Oh, hi, Vic.
Hello, what's this?
Not the way we're going. We're
Yeah,
looking for a drop.
But what is it? That wasn't my question.
Deep slate.
Oh, there's a creeper coming.
Unless you're talking about the back stuff, which is rhyolite.
Yeah, that's what I was asking about.
It comes from that mod that adds the twigs.
So is it sticks then? There's a spider.
I don't know
over
what
there.
it is. What was that? Essence of Undeath. Interesting. We're looking for
The spawner.
a hole with lava in it.
Why are we looking for a hole with lava in it?
Because that's where my shit is.
We're heading this way. Look, we're right here. You clown.
I know, there should be a hole with lava around here somewhere.
Whatever, just be ready to fight all the spiders that are gonna kill us again.
Oh my god. That's a ravine.
Oh shit. I'm gonna back up. There's also a mimic.
Ah, I feel accomplished.
That doesn't... Oh, where the fuck am I again?
You guys are off on your adventure. Meanwhile, I'm just tending to the
What
base.
adventure? You spawned in front of me. You fucking killed me. Ah!
Don't you love it?
No, I
Now,
hate
question. Did it make you spawn in endless space?
you. No,
Or did you
I
spawn at your bed?
spawned at bed.
Alright. Well, I was the reason for your death, so don't worry about it. And that didn't happen.
What the fuck? Oh, hi. Hello?
Just
What?
use your-
Huh?
Use your key on your grave. Don't worry about it. Didn't happen.
What? Are we good? Alright. Okay.
Probably.
Alright. I'm gonna make us a, like...
Oh, that's a mimic over there.
Yeah, I know. I'm making us a spot where we can, like, put a door so we have a place to back off if we need to. You wanna drop us a door down?
They should be in your inventory.
No, I put them in a chest.
Then that chest is back at your other little base.
Okay. Well, where did we come down from? Here, right? Yeah, no, right here, we're fine. Right here. I'm gonna do this. Bonk. There we go.
No, these trees shouldn't be this too close together. They should be growing just fine. Why aren't they growing?
I don't know. Why am I stuck with this nonsense?
You made the choice.
I did.
I told him no.
You did. I should have taken your
You
cue.
said yes.
Yeah.
Now you're stuck in this loop,
I
which
am.
I knew I would have been involved in when I could have been having fun doing other things.
You know, you're right. But also, you should help me.
That sounds like a whole lot of effort.
It is.
Hey, how's that door going?
It's right here.
Oh, awesome. I got half a heart, a dream, and a kite full of spiders and zombies.
Well, this place isn't exactly secure yet. Working on it.
Is it better than being out in the open?
Yes.
I'll be that way in a minute. Since it's not secure, that means you probably don't have a defense against spiders yet.
I do now. I have completed it.
Alright, I'm coming. On the way. Nope, that's a mimic chest. Woo!
There is one hole for spiders to get through, which I am currently plugging. There. There you
Yeah,
go.
I'm so
Are you
glad to be
okay? Did
alive.
you make it? Do you need food? Here you go.
I have, nope, I have salmon here. I'm all good. All good.
Alright.
Alright. So, while I had that mini heart attack,
Nice.
I'm just gonna sit in this boat
Why?
and back up into a corner.
Okay. So how many did you lead over here?
I don't know. I don't know if they followed.
I don't know, but that mimic
think they'd be-
chest is coming. This looks like something out of Banjo-Kazooie. Why are you dead? Die, you garbage!
I am the great
I
and
did
mighty
it.
Pooh.
I
Congrats.
got spikes. Are these for my feet? What are these? I threw them.
that. Oh, those are for yes, they are for your. I believe they're for your feet. Yep.
That's all I got. All right.
Yep.
I feel like I've been ripped off.
Where does this lead me? Oh, over there through the wall. Okay, so I'd have to do some digging to get to my other death spot.
Yes.
The one that has all my shit.
Correct. There's gonna be like we're gonna have to go our way around here. It's okay. We just gotta take our time. Be patient. We are out of torches. We might need to make more. Is there any coal around here? I have coal, actually. Hold on, I'll go make some.
No, there's sapphire. We got gold.
Just open the
tin.
door and see the entire spider
Almond.
population of Australia waiting for you. Yes.
That's what was chasing me. I don't know where they went.
They're gone. They disappeared. They were too afraid of you. It was definitely how great you were.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Shit, I wasn't gonna say it. Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right.
I wasn't gonna say nothing. I was just gonna accept my
Yeah,
fate.
good. He shouldn't say anything.
This is the thing we need to get eventually. This will get me started with mechanism. which
Yeah,
means we
great.
can
You
get
know what needs to
all
happen
of our
first? You need to
materials.
stop dying, alright? Like,
Hey,
okay.
hey.
Don't
that is
hey
a
me,
very,
you monkey.
Very.
Accurate statement.
That's fair.
Come and where did you go? Why are you leaving?
I'm right here.
I watched you run all the way around.
Being careful to not hit you.
Man, what a pretty sunset.
I can't with this man.
God,
We
I just
need
love
to
being
get some
alive.
iron.
Awesome. Where?
Right here. There's iron here, you clown.
Cool. You're the only one with any kind of. Do you have any kind of pick?
Yes, I have stone one.
Perfect.
Did you leave the house with nothing?
Nope. I have some stuff from my other graves.
So yes, your other
Yes, I have stuff.
your
Don't worry about it.
Uh-huh.
Where's the iron?
Alright. Hold on. Let's go get
'Cause I
it.
see
Follow
nickel.
me. Don't forget to close the door behind you.
Yeah, I know.
Do you?
Man,
Right there.
That's silver.
It's right here.
I just love playing Minecraft with my friends.
Alright, now get back. We're gonna go...
Anybody else feel that way? Cause like this is such a warm, caring feeling, an environment where I'm safe and no one's gonna yell at me.
I'll kill you.
Ah,
I won't. You didn't
Look.
do anything. This isn't your
Oh,
fault.
look. Yellowite. Extreme reactors.
I'm not gonna blame you for my poor decisions.
just
Is that sunset nice?
Put your iron furnace.
it's the stars are just beautiful this time of night.
I
This
didn't
time of
pick up
year.
any iron. I mined it so that you could pick it up. I used vein miner.
Alright, we need one more piece if we're gonna have swords. Actually, you know what? Let's not do swords. We're gonna do...
Don't worry about swords.
Yeah, we're gonna do shields.
Probably will be fine without shields.
Well, here's your
You
one...
can make one.
Here's your one piece. You do it fit what you please. We don't have any wood.
Actually, that's not true.
Do you have wood? Give.
Here you go.
Oh my
The
god.
shield.
Thank god. Alright, here you go. Here's another piece of iron. Alright.
saying One Piece and it keeps triggering me. My brain
Alright.
goes into Unga Bunga.
All right. Now, Vic, do you still have your key?
Yes.
Your grave is right here.
Yeah, oh my god.
Bastard.
Back up, just peel back. We don't need to die here, we just need to back off and get our stuff in and reorganize.
Ouch.
It's time to regroup. Okay. Okay, now that we have everything... God. Do we want to try to find the spawner? What are you doing?
Hey, I'm trying to see if I can get the spider to go to the outside of the door.
I'm gonna make us a chest. Please do not cause problems in the meantime. Thank you. Alright, now we have space for shit we don't really want to take around with us.
Boat.
Boat. Do the boats not stack? That's annoying. Okay.
Never did.
Okay.
Hey, here's more iron.
I don't want a time to be alive.
What the hell? You ate your dead flesh.
Yes.
If you eat your own flesh, it hurts you.
I wanted to see what would happen. I got an achievement. Cannibalism.
You would have to, yeah, you would have to eat the flesh of one of us.
I don't even care. I thought that was fun. Alright.
I've done a great thing today. I'm proud of myself.
Alright, I've just been slowly pushing out, killing mobs.
That's good. Why is everything dark?
Ooh.
What the fuck?
You have blindness.
Oh, how do I get rid of that?
Milk or wait.
I don't...
Press E and then you can hover over the darkness thing and it'll tell you how long it has.
Dark mode. Use shift to skip. Oh, it's back. Okay. I'm gonna put some food in here so we have food, just in case one of us eats shit again for some unknown reason. I can't imagine why that would happen. I'm gonna make us another chest. Just so we can have one double the size. There we go.
Sorry, is that a Vindicator? Why is there a Vindicator here?
Man.
Do we want to strip mine this area?
Eventually, probably. Back off, back off, back off, back off.
Good job.
Pillager.
Where?
Up top.
Do we want to kill him?
I'm trying to avoid him.
Why? I heard somebody picked up 3 banners.
Yeah,
I found
don't
the
worry
spawner.
about it. I kill things. Don't worry about it. Don't think too hard about the things that I do.
The spawner's right here. I don't know how to turn these off, but I'm surrounding it in fucking light.
That's perfect. That's exactly what you need.
I was told not to destroy it, so I have not.
Yep, can't access the chest until you destroy it, though.
Correct.
Side note.
So now,
right.
everything should be good for towing this area. Now I'm going to light the rest of it so you don't get caught with your pants down again.
Awesome. Let's see, where is... Okay, it's through here.
Oh, wow. Hey, come over here.
Up there?
Yep.
Oh, hold on, we've got a husk problem I'm resolving.
Okay, good luck. I'll watch. I'm sure you'll be fine. What the
Probably.
fuck was that sound? Oh, you found another one. Anyway, I found a dead campfire, an anvil, and a smoker.
Yeah, it's a dungeoneering camp.
Well, they have goodies. So if you would like some goodies, come and get goodies.
I will do that in a moment.
Do we need rotten flesh for anything?
It could potentially be very useful.
Okay.
You can turn it into leather, among other things.
Or biofuel for mechanism.
Okay, well, I will grab it then, just for the sake of completion.
Yeah, but the potato farm is better for biofuel. It's more
Carrot farm's
efficient.
more efficient.
Carrots and potatoes are now at the same efficiency rate, so it doesn't matter.
I have no idea if
And
there is
potatoes grow faster.
I am in the wall on the other side, where I have been, in case you were wondering where I went.
Honestly, it's probably better without you.
That's just hurtful.
But is it wrong?
True. What? True. but
I didn't.
hurtful.
I didn't say it was wrong. I just said it was hurtful.
That's what I said. I got us a
found a
bunch of
sand's nest.
redstone.
Wow, this is a very open cave. Oh my god, I just fell down into that. Huh.
Oh my god. If you die, you're on your own.
Fine. I'm fine.
I'm not helping you.
I'm fine.
I have invested so much time into you just for you to drop down a fucking hole.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah, huh?
I'm glad I could be of great service.
Yeah, that's what this is. But what if I... Chat asks, but what if I like being caught with my pants down? Don't encourage him. He doesn't need your help.
Yeah. They get it. Somebody appreciates me.
Is that what this is? Appreciation?
I don't know, ask them.
Oh my god, we got another bot. It's time to celebrate, everybody. Get your emotes in the chat going.
Oh, apparently I'm below it.
Get your schmeppos.
Interesting.
Augers in chat, please. Thanks.
Poggers in chat, yeah. The fact that I'm the only one strip mining while this man just runs around like an absolute monkey is ridiculous.
I'm
Yes?
doing things at home.
At least one of us is working on the base.
Largely cosmetic upgrades, but you know what? At least it's something.
If you build me a house, I will be greatly appreciative.
I will see what materials I have for building a house.
Thanks. I tried to set you up for success before I was dragged along on this journey, of which I regret.
Dragged?
Yes.
You volunteered.
I did after desperate pleading.
That's fair.
Cosmetics are vital towards morale.
Correct.
What morale?
I mean, my morale's kinda low. Ooh, that's fancy. I like that mod. My, pickaxe automatically replaced itself. Fancy!
Oh yeah, when it ran out?
Yeah.
Alright, I got all my shit.
Oh, I am running out of space.
And I don't trust that sound, so we're just gonna bar it up.
Yaha. Yaha. Oh, hey, Manya. Welcome, welcome. We're playing Minecraft with friends.
That's a lot of cobblestone in there.
Shall I return to base with all of my junk?
Okay, goodbye.
I think I got some good return to base junk. I like how I asked and he was like, get the fuck out of here. Like, oh, okay. Fine.
I will be joining you on the return adventure.
Oh, yeah. Bring, never mind. Never mind, everything's fine. We still have holes to check.
We can check them. I have the inventory space.
I do not have the inventory space. I would just want to drop my shit off. Eh.
So, did you guys have fun on your little adventure?
Yes. And I don't want to talk about it.
Fair enough.
Hmm. Something leads me to believe that she didn't have fun.
I've
Was I the only
fallen.
one?
What is this llama doing here? Chess's morale is low. When she asks for 2 things, don't ignore her or fuck her, or fuck with her shit. Yeah, you're right.
I fixed your patch of dirt for the trees.
Why, was one of them not working?
Most of them were not growing,
Oh,
so
weird.
I've moved the dirt. I have a bunch of the sweet berries, more than what we will need, to be honest with you.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it was always already more than what we needed, but yes.
Yes. I'm going to replant the trees.
Were they fine until I planted the berries?
Yes.
Okay, so then I was actually right initially. You do need, like, a surrounding of dirt.
You shouldn't need any for trees.
But you do.
Dirt for trees? You need to plant.
No. You shouldn't need any extra space around it.
No, but the sweet berries choke out the trees.
Oh.
They don't allow trees to grow. So this is their tree setup. We got 7 trees that can grow.
Good shit. Oh, hey, the rice did the rice thing.
You will also notice.
Would you like me to bring back everything that was in that chest that we had down there?
No.
Vic?
No, it's fine. A lot of it I left out there on purpose so that way when we go spelunking down there again, we'll have supplies. I like your benches.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna take this fish out. I'm gonna put this iron in. There's iron now smelting. Do we have a like a food drawer?
Not really.
I'm gonna stretch. Thank you, Athens, for using your points. Do we want a food drawer?
It's always useful.
Okay. Okay, this chest at the
What's
top.
down this path?
This chest at the top right is already kind of filled with food, so I'm just gonna put food in there.
Heard. Yes, chef.
So that way we can take this twig out and this seashell out. Cooked cod. Actually, I'm gonna keep that because I need to eat. Alright, that works.
This could be interesting.
Explain yourself. This instant, young man.
Magic. Oh. Interesting.
I'm going to organize this a little bit better. Okay. Armor is going in this one. Materials that are rocks and crafting shit. Then this is getting wood. Any wood materials.
Where in the goddamn shitting fuck? Oh, there it is. Oh, hey, look, we've already got a tree growing.
Good shit. This is also rock and rock. This isn't raw. Do we need to cook raw nickel?
Yeah,
Okay, well, it's doing something.
technically.
Alright, iron and things that turn into good shit are going in this one. Okay, so I'm gonna take this out, and this out, and this out. And I'm gonna take all the emeralds.
What is the funniest spot I can put this?
I'm just gonna take all the emeralds and put them all in the same spot.
Perfect.
What is this? Boards. Well, I guess I can take
Lol.
those.
That's, you know what? Fair enough.
Okay. Consumables.
Normally I'd argue with you about that, but
Consumables are going to the farm. So if you're looking for food, that's where it is.
okay. So for right now, the island is sort of split up.
Yep.
Sort of.
Yes.
There are empty spaces all over for us to put a home or a building of some kind.
If I go and check that and you fucked it up. Thank you for not fucking it up so far. Greatly appreciated.
You're welcome. Do we have a raw materials chest?
Yes, there's one for rocks and one for wood. They're separated.
I meant for ore.
No, I've just been cooking it as we go.
It is fine.
So raw materials for like iron ingots, if you want to put it before it's an ingot, put it on the left. Once it's an ingot, put it on your right.
We should have a blast furnace somewhere.
Is there not one already here?
Yeah, I dismantled the house that had it in it.
Oh, okay. So if something happens to one of you and you need armor, there is a space for armor that you can grab. Armor and swords and shields will go in there. I have this reward and I don't know what to do with it.
What?
Open it.
I don't know how. It says right click to reveal, but when I right click it, it doesn't do anything.
Maybe your knowledge of death is not enough.
Oh. I got an enchanted book.
Oh, there you go.
Does this not have the advancements, not the advancements, but the quest line things?
I don't think so.
It doesn't look like it does. That's doo-doo.
I don't think it's implemented yet.
That's doo-doo.
Alright, where is this rock chest? Oh, right there.
I want to rock.
Do these shells do anything?
I don't think so. I don't know. Got no clue.
We have so much sand. Who
You
wants
can
Yeah.
turn the shells into dye.
Well, yeah, I deleted the mounds of sand that were here.
I noticed. Do we want to build a house out of glass? Is that something that we need? Do we need
I mean, we
for the
might not build
farm?
it out of glass, but having glass is useful. Well, glass in general is really good for building certain things like certain reactors or even certain machines.
We're gonna need glass for reactors, for the ME system, for
Oh god, why are
all sorts of shit.
What's happened here? Alright, I'm gonna grab 64 sand and I'm gonna start cooking it so that way we have glass when we need it.
By the way, Nick, Ender IO's in here, so all spawners that break are dropped as broken spawners that you just repair. Something to keep in mind.
Food, planting, flax seeds. I found the blast furnace.
I'm kind of glad I'm not a streamer, and I would stream Baldur's Gate because that would be the game that I would stream. That and like DVD.
Baldur's
And
Gate is so complicated.
And having chat decide the outcomes with like polls would make me actually wish I was dead. Because they would troll the shit out of me.
Yes, you personally would have a very bad time.
Uh-huh.
I know you well enough. Okay, where do we want the blast furnace? What do we want it for? What? Who's adding shit to my shit and fucking up my shit? What is this? Spawner. Okay. I'm gonna put that here. I am our inventory management at this point. Yeah, having two, if you're gonna stream and do stuff like that, it's almost required to have two screens. Trying to do without two screens is actually like horrible. It's so difficult.
Where did we just put all those? Oh. Interesting, they went in there.
We should probably also make like mulch things, right? Okay, that's good enough.
Alright, almost done emptying out the entire contents of my backpack.
My god. What? Huh? Why does the rice seed not plant? I don't understand. Okay, well, I'll leave that for somebody who knows better about what they're doing. I also got some flax seeds. There we go.
Bell pepper seeds and honeydew seeds.
We've got so much farm. More farm than you can shake a stick at.
And I got cranberry seeds.
Cranberries. I'm gonna make us a
Anyways, I'm gonna go
buttload
with-
of torches. Okay, I'm gonna put, okay, see this chest over here that's by the crafting thing? This is gonna go for like, oh my god, what is this? Okay, well, I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna take this. This is all raw materials, isn't it? A lot of it is raw. Okay, okay, I'm gonna need more than one of these. Okay. This is fine. Smacking those seeds in the ground? Yeah, hell yeah, that's how you farm. You slap the ground with your seed.
We may have too much sand.
Shut up.
We definitely have too much sand.
Don't fucking talk to me about sand, alright? I am aware of sand situation.
He hates sand. It's rough and coarse and it gets everywhere.
You were the chosen one!
Okay. Alright, if you want to put raw materials in the chest beside the furnaces, do that. The fuck is all this shit? This is the worst.
What are you doing?
Thank you.
Organizing!
Oh, I made a whole chest full of ores.
Yes, I've been grabbing them and moving them to...
Where did the kelp blocks go?
Why?
I've been fucking making them in... I've been unoring them and turning them into ingots. What do you mean?
Where did the kelp blocks go?
Am I not supposed to do that?
I don't know where the kelp blocks went.
I have no
Thank you,
idea.
friends.
Are you not supposed to cook the cooking things?
No, that's fine. I just didn't know if you were putting them back into this one or if you're moving them to a different chest.
No, I think this chest over here beside the cooking place should be where we put the things, though. But I'm just moving them as I go because there's a whole iron, or there's a whole ingot drawer now. Wood.
Armor-piercing minigun rounds.
I could have sworn I saw... Ah, there it is. I knew it. I'm sorry, what did you just say?
Armor-piercing minigun rounds.
Did you just say to me?
Sand on the beach is one of the reasons why sex on the beach is one of the worst things ever. You're not wrong. Oh, that's brick. Oh, I see. I understand.
Shit!
I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna take this.
Shit, fuck, piss, fuck, shit, dicks, ass.
Are you okay?
I broke my pickaxe.
That's very sad.
Damn, that's crazy.
What?
Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
I've got a piston for a hand, don't fuck with me.
Why are there pumpkins in here? There's more flower pots. This is so disorganized, I'm having a panic attack.
Ow. Why?
I got a piston for a hand, it gives me increased knockback.
Excuse me.
Rude. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh yes, on hit I inflict bleeding. Yeah, it hurts.
If I stack enough knockback, I wonder how far I could fling you.
Would you like me to build a little contraption that'll launch you to the ends of the earth?
Hey, we got trees.
Tree.
If somebody could make the signs to indicate which thing is which in this, that would be lovely.
Sounds like a whole lot of work.
It is an amount.
Wow, that's crazy. Nick, you want to go on an adventure?
No.
Let's see. I think we have signs around here somewhere, actually.
Did I not make an ingot one that I specifically said to put the ingots on one side?
Making those.
That is going to be a little too small for all the ores that are in here.
What is one chest? Yes. It seems likely.
No, probably all of those barrels. There's a lot of different resources and materials that we're going to have to go through, including oil.
Listen, I am doing my best to organize this as much as you guys are, like, throwing it all over the place, alright? Give me a break.
I'm not doing anything. I'm just looking for stuff.
It's chaos! There's a whole nother food drawer over here.
Sticks? Sticks? Sticks?
I got sticks. I was just in the midst of moving sticks. If you want sticks.
Sticks! I need 2.
Note, you can search for refined storage just fine.
It's just fire that doesn't work.
Let me know if you need more sticks.
I'm good for now.
The sticks are going in the wood one. So
Gax! Oh, I need
oh, there it is. I found it.
Gax.
Oh, I did that already. Okay.
We cooked salmon.
Sticks.
Okay, here we go. What do I need? 3 glass, a construction core, a destruction core, improvised or improved processors. Quartz enriched iron and machine casing, which is going to take more quartz enriched iron. Okay.
Books.
Let's look at quartz. What is quartz? SiO2.
String. Book. They're gonna do this. Slab. That can go there. This can go down here. This is wood. Bowls can go with food. Food. Pneumatic cylinder. Okay, I'm gonna put the pneumatic cylinder with the broken spawner. For now. Maybe.
Wow, that takes a lot of materials. I would need 4 iron, 2 pistons, 2 magma blocks, and a redstone to do that. The other one requires a diamond. Unfortunate.
Books. Enchanting books. Lapis should probably come out of here. That's food. Pressure tube should probably go with the pneumatic stuff. This is a enchanted bottle. This is a plant I don't think we care about. This... Where'd it go? This thing can go with this thing.
It would be workbench plus for query. Wow, okay. 3 blocks of diamond, 2 blocks of gold, a block of diamond, and redstone. That's not going to happen anytime soon.
Enchanted books.
Ah! That's what we could use. Let's see, 2 sticks and cobblestone.
Cog. Food. Don't you guys just love organizing? I hope this is satisfying for somebody.
Do we want to turn this island into a town?
Yes.
It is certainly plausible.
Well, we have mine colonies installed, so...
I'm coming up with good ore.
I'm coming up, so you better get this party started. I'm coming up.
I don't wanna.
Coming up, so you better get this party started. Oh. Oh, chess piece. I saw a chess piece. Where is it? There it is. Bonk.
Where did the
What?
oh, I guess you already answered that. Never mind. You don't know where the kelp blocks went, even though they were in a furnace.
I have no idea where the kelp blocks went. I just disconnected.
Noted. Can't search for Tom either. Don't search for Tom.
Ground control.
Ground
Major
control to Major Tom. Ground control
Interesting
to
that they
Major
crashed
Tom.
on that, though. Of all the stupid things it could have crashed on.
Check ignition and may God's love be with you. Thank you so much to Vagri and Athens for all the boops. I will make sure that Puck gets those when he is available.
Is he indisposed right now?
Oh, he's just not in the room. But I guess that would count, yes?
Him and his secret business dealings.
Backroom business dealings.
Who? Puck? No.
That's the point.
He's
You'd
a
never
good-
suspect it.
He's a good boy.
That's why you'd never suspect it.
Right. Naturally.
Well, when we get back into the server, I've got an entire stack of osmium ore smelting.
Oh, the stretch is out of stock. I see.
Oh, hello.
Well, I will take the stretch.
Let's see. If I remember correctly, I'm going to need redstone, osmium, and iron to start making mechanism into a reality.
Well,
but
there's a lot of redstone.
before I begin any of that, I need to start delving into that power mod that you told me to use.
Oh yes, resonance crystals.
Yeah,
Or
deep
the
resonance.
Deep resonance. Yeah. I don't know anything about that mod. Like
Neither
literally
do
nothing.
I. I don't even know where to start.
I don't know anything
That's
about
gonna be
So
fun
I guess
adventure.
there's some kind of ore that they've got that we've got to find.
Deep resonance ore. Yes,
But-
there is a deep resonance ore you need to find.
Let me know when you guys are ready to again get back in.
It's going to be a new number, so I'll give you that number here in a second.
Okay.
Do I have to give
Oh.
you the full number again?
They're doing a hat in time speed run on Games Done Quick.
As long as you didn't change anything, probably not.
The hat in time speed run is one of my favorite.
The
speed runs.
last 5 always change.
Yes. I am aware.
That's purely because I don't run this on a dedicated port.
I mean, that seems fair and reasonable.
That's risky business.
Risky disky.
Yeah, you keep the same port open. That's no bueno.
At least one of us has brain cells about this.
Yeah, and it's the one you guys keep calling a fucking idiot.
Well,
Yeah,
stop
'cause
being
you are
an
a fucking
idiot.
I'm sorry, who wanted to brute force their way into getting their shit back, and it was like an hour-long adventure?
It took an hour when it should have taken
It was an
5 minutes.
adventure.
Because somebody didn't want to just, take their time to get some resources to go do it.
Adventure.
It's only really an adventure if there's one asshole.
You got it.
Listen, all I'm gonna say is that I'm doing some strip mining underneath the base, and I will be ignored.
Don't
Like,
run
very
it.
much.
Oh wait, did you go down the mine shaft I made for you?
Yes.
How's that turning out?
There's some decent stuff down there. There's some lapis, there's some gold, there's some tin, there's some other stuff down
What are
there.
the new numbers?
62826. Huh, it's the same forward as it is backwards. What's that?
A palindrome.
Yes, thank you.
I have brain.
Brain failing.
Big brain.
It's magical.
Look, I do computer things, okay? I don't have to, know words.
So, a palindrome is the same forward and backwards, and an immortalap is when it's... Oh god, what is it? So, palindrome is when it means different things, I think. Hold on.
Oh. Nick, Optifine is in here, so you can press C to look out at things. Get a
Hell
zoomed in view.
I spy what. Oh, if Optifine's in here, that means I can install actually good shaders.
You can install shaders already. It's already it's part of the modded stuff now.
Good.
Okay, so an immortal lap is a word that can be read differently in reverse. So whereas a palindrome is the same both ways, an immortal lap is when it creates a new word. And so
Or a different word in the other direction.
Right. So an immortal lap palindrome is an immortal lap palindrome because it means something else, but it's two words, but it means the same thing.
Osmium ingots.
So what the fuck was I in the middle of doing?
Cursing me for my disorganization.
Yes.
And hailing Nick because apparently somehow he's organized this time.
I'm organized most of the time.
Where did my... There it is.
I'm gonna put dirt in that same chest with the stone, because I don't know where you have dirt currently.
I don't have dirt anywhere currently. That is totally fine.
Okay.
Thank you for informing me. This chest is full of food. If any of you are going on an adventure, take some food with you.
I always have food with me.
Take your food, children.
Yep. I'm stocked up.
Good.
And I still haven't found what I'm looking for.
I mean, I don't know if I can help you with that. It really just depends. What was that shattering noise?
Everything is fine. Oh, you did bring back 3 ominous banners.
I wasn't lying to you.
I had just not seen them yet.
I wasn't fibbing. You can also take those, that sand. You want to see a neat little trick with the sand? Where
Yeah.
did you put it? I'm gonna just take it right over here to this crafting bench.
You turning
Oh,
into
man.
sandstone?
Yes. We do not want to cook that because that'll explode.
That is 64
Oh, cool.
sand, but there's 9 stacks of sand in there.
Did you just take all...
Each-
Wait.
Each one of them is compressed, so it's sand inside of sand.
Okay, cool. So I'm probably gonna do that a couple of times.
You can do it up to 9 times, I think.
Yeah, you can do it a lot.
It ends with like 1.5 million sand.
Why did I feel like I just heard somebody... Oh, yep, there it is.
Sleep?
Fuck
Probably a good
off
idea.
and die. Fuck off. Fuck off.
I mean, I did that last time.
Well, yes. But also there's drowned here, and I want them to die. And I would also prefer if they not throw spears at me, and neither of these ones are, so I'm good with this. But yeah, are we sleeping? We can sleep. I just need to kill this guy. I need it in my bones.
I need some water. There it is.
Did you know an axe actually does more damage than a sword?
Yep.
I did hear about that, or I was suspicious. But a sword is what I have right now, so... Look at them all! Do you guys want to farm some of these guys? There's a bunch of them. Are we, like, on top of, like, their house or something?
No, they're just
Yeah, their house is the ocean.
Well, yeah, but you know how
the
sometimes
zone
they...
next to us is deep ocean.
Yeah, that's
That's
what
why
I
they're
mean.
spawning.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's what I was asking. Who left the door open?
Nick.
Is my bed gone? No. Cool. Have a good night, Athens.
Rest well.
Ouch. I gotta find a better... I gotta wait till we start making houses.
Are you just gonna
Correct.
stand there?
No, because he doesn't want to build it himself.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
No, I want to wait until we have the materials to start doing this.
Wait, what do I need to make the stonecutter do the sand thing?
What do you mean?
I'm putting the sand in the stonecutter and nothing happens.
It doesn't go in the stone gutter.
Oh. Where does it go?
If you go to a crafting table,
Yeah.
nope.
This is a crafting,
Crafting table.
Yes. I'm at a crafting.
Arrange it in 9.
What?
So
Oh, like
No,
fill-
the full
fill
block.
all of the
okay,
spaces.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
so you need like 9
5.
stacks or however many is.
You'll need 9 stacks.
Oh. Okay. Wait, no, that's not sand. There we go. Nest. Sandstone. Sandstone. Okay.
You know you can hold shift and just click them up there, right?
I don't
Do
know
you
what
see
you're
that
talking
button that looks like a grid?
about. Oh, yeah. Well, it's being a dick.
Put 1 in every slot, and then it'll equalize it. No, like, yeah. Now, if you press that grid button, it'll equalize what you have left and put it all into a singular stack.
Does it now?
Yeah.
It
So
did.
if you
didn't.
take what sand you have left,
It just hold shift and just click them, and they'll go up there. Now press the grid button, and it'll equalize it out.
Alright, it's now organized. Better. Bonk. There we go. Back to making glass. Okay. I will boop puck for you. Do not be sad. I have this sapphire. Does it do anything in particular?
I don't know. What mod's it from?
Greg Tech.
I don't know.
No.
I'm not super familiar with Greg Tech.
no
This is
clue.
actually going to be my second time using it, so I'm not 100% on what it is.
Do we have an outgoing box of like gear for outgoing?
Nope, but we can make one.
I am making one. Here's 64 torches.
Well, we have 11 barrels, so we can use 3 of these to make like.
Oh, can you not make equipment with osmium anymore? Oh, that's
No,
really
no, no.
lame.
You can. It's an add-on now.
That's fucking lame.
Why are
It's because
these-
the mod stopped. I guess they just stopped you doing that.
That sucks because we used to be able to make an osmium paxel, and that shit was fucking great.
this
Well,
is-
now I'm disappointed, and osmium means nothing to me anymore.
That sounds sad. Why does that sound so depressing? Stop being so depressing.
Sorry, I'm angry.
Angie. Alright, I've almost got this organized in some kind of fashion that is slightly reasonable.
Oh, I need flint. Before I accidentally use too much of it. We have iron somewhere, right?
Yes. Okay.
I guess not.
We do. What are you talking about? It's right here. Oh wait, no, it's gone. It's gone! I don't know where our iron is. Where did our iron go? Oh, swords. I'll take these out. And this axe. And this wood.
Hmm.
Sandstone. Sandstone. Door. Wood.
Alright.
We did have
Steel.
iron. I don't know where it went. I keep putting iron in and I don't know where it goes.
I threw a flint and steel into our chest. That Nick's in right now.
Okay,
But we have it.
there are extra swords in the adventuring gear and a wooden axe. Oh wait, this shouldn't be here. This should be here. There we go.
Oh, perfect. The automated backups are working.
Huzzah!
It is, huzzah. At least something's not gonna crash.
At least we're not totally boned.
What I need more than anything right now is probably a magma block.
There's one
I
down
need 2
here.
of those as well.
They're right there. See?
Magma?
Oh shit, yeah.
Yeah, right there.
I'm going for him.
Neato burrito. And I got some lapis, which is gonna be good for
Yeah, I put a spot. I got some lapis in here as well. In one of the large chests.
Oh god.
Putting this as decorations. Do you need help? Oh, okay. You're fine.
Nope, I'm fine.
You're just drowning. It's fine.
I picked up 15 of them.
I'm taking this out. Taking these banners. Taking this. This can stay. Taking this out. Your flint is here if you need flint. I'm not moving that yet.
I need
Boat.
4 flint.
They're in the chest.
Yep, I got them already.
Okay. Books. Books are here. There's 2 iron guidebooks, but they don't stack. That's very sad.
Everyone got one. They're like an introductory book.
I'm just sad that they don't stack. We've also got the
Eh.
Chronicles of Shadow. Whatever that means.
it's
Got
all
the
about
what?
Shadow. It's about Shadow the Hedgehog.
I mean, that seems appropriate.
Oh, Apotheosis Guide. I was like, what are you talking about?
It says Shadow
It's
on
a-
it.
It's a Shadow the Hedgehog fanfic.
I hope so.
Ooh, I can do this one.
I
Oh,
hate
that's
that.
weird.
I feel like a bucket of water goes in adventuring gear. I
You go
also,
adventuring gear.
I'm gonna make us some arrows.
I made individual chests over here for each person. So if you want to put,
A bow is 3 sticks and 1 string, right?
Correct.
okay, there you go. Here's your outgoing chest area.
Does it need to be in the middle?
Vic, take a look real quick.
Oh, it's 3 string. Wait. I need to do that again. Oh, 3 string and on right.
Oh, that's nickel. I don't want nickel. I want. There's lead, nickel.
Sorry,
I
what,
found resonating ore.
what do you want me to look at? Where am I looking? Hello? Yes? Hi?
Right behind me.
Oh, cool.
I found prosperity ore, silver ore, more lapis, more gold. more
There is
infirm.
a bow and some arrows in the adventure gear box. I'm getting somewhere, kind of. These flower pots, are they actually good for anything, or are they just decoration?
Little bit of both. There could be some mod stuff that adds something to them. Could not. I don't know yet.
Okay.
Alrighty, so where I am at, I can't dig any further in this direction.
I can only imagine that the most exciting thing in this game is watching me organize all this shit. Books. Book.
Jesus Christ.
Stone.
No, I've got to make that. I don't want to make that. That shit sucks to make.
What is this?
Damn it.
Sponge. Pumpkin.
I have third eye level 4 on me for another 6.5 minutes.
Axes. Flower.
This is hard to see with.
Gold nugget.
I
This
wonder,
thing.
actually, hold on. I'm going to come back up and I'm going to check if slash that home works.
X. Stone stairs. Wood. Stop that. Unrefined.
You're a busy bee,
Me? Yes. Look at me go.
both of you. You're both busy bees. Biz.
Buzz, motherfucker!
Buzz, bitch. Wasminator.
No.
Hmm.
No Wasbinator. Wasbinator terrorize! Are you looking for something? Can I help you, sir?
No, I
Nope.
was depositing stone.
Okay, cool, thanks. I just heard somebody being like, Huh.
What are you just eating cabbage just whole?
You're worrying about this wrong. Don't worry about it at all. It's fine.
I'm worried about everything you do.
That's the wrong way to look at this.
That seems reasonable.
I think it's the correct way to look at anything involving you.
I agree.
Now that's just
Having been
rude.
on an adventure with you, worrying about everything seems the only way to survive. Fuckheads at 10 o'clock. Oh, you got it. Where are the flower pots? Where did I put those?
A bunch of trees that need chopping. Chop it up and
Chop chop. Who's adding more food to my food? Oh, the other food's full, isn't it? Is the other food full?
Mhm.
I'm assuming the other food is full. Alright. I'm
Grave
be a
dust.
reasonable, would be a
not
reasonable, rational, and logical guess.
poison arrow scroll compressed stone, transistor, loot capacitors.
Transistor.
What the fuck is half this shit? These are going here. I put gunpowder there, did I? Whatever. This goes here. Poison arrow scroll. I feel like we need one of these has to be like enchanting stuff. So this is going here. Enchanted scroll of evasion. Enchanted scroll, enchanted scrolls. Actually, I guess the enchanted scrolls can go with the books, can't they? That would make sense. With the enchanted books.
Technically, yes.
Okay.
We are starting to get a healthy stock of wood.
That's what she said. Yeah. Okay, so I have tried my best to organize this, but if I've misplaced something, it's because I don't know what the fuck it is.
That's fair.
I'm gonna put extra sticks in here for you guys so you can make more stuff with sticks.
Twig. Twig.
I honestly feel like we should just put this anvil on the ground.
I agree. We have a chipped anvil on the ground right now.
I'm adding another.
We have another blast furnace,
Bonk.
which is cool. Brewing stand, which is also cool. 15 magma blocks, very neat. TNT, which is unsafe in for anybody's hands. I don't care who you are.
I'm not gonna touch that. I'm putting the lapis in the other thing. In
Taking
all
these
the
torches.
enchanting area.
I'm taking the torches.
Whew. Yeah, no, go for it. They're there to be taken.
Good. They're
That-
not coming back.
No, that whole chest is for taking things.
Yeah, those are not coming back.
Good. They're not supposed to.
They are staying wherever I place them forever.
Good. I will leave you guys a crafting table, because you guys should take crafting tables with you when you leave.
I never take a crafting table because I don't really need them.
Okay, we're gonna put this stuff in here. So, like, stuff that's, like, item drops from monsters and from, like, leather and stuff, like, from beasts, is getting its own.
Ha. I can't load that paste bin. That's no good.
I don't know what that means.
Well, if you look behind you, I can show you.
What
This is a turtle.
Oh,
Basically, it's a little mining buddy, and if you right-click on him, it gives you a console.
oh,
And basically, you give him a command, and he does it.
that's cool.
It's gonna take me a while to get him set up, but I could probably have him quarry out some floors.
This is aesthetics. Okay, you guys wanna... I'm gonna start setting up, like, houses. Like the skeletons of houses. I figure we can make them on this side. And we can... If we keep them small, it should be pleasant by the bonfire.
Do you want to do it like houses on stilts, like they'd have at a beach?
Sure. So there's one.
Now, do you want to do it like this, or do you just want to make like a big... We could put it like a big mansion on the back of the lighthouse and have the lighthouse join into it.
I don't want a lighthouse shining into my face. That sounds terrible.
I'm on my way back because my pickaxe broke again.
Did you only take one with you?
I made an iron pickaxe and then it broke. But I'm also
No,
coming
let me
back
see-
with like a billion ore.
Yeah, let me see if I can get the turtle to work down there.
1, 2, 3, 4. One.
If I can get the turtle to work, we might just be able to flat query a bunch.
Don't waste your time looking in the double chest that's full of ore. I've not put anything in there, I promise. Never would do that.
You guys are
Hey,
unreasonable.
look at that. There's a bunch of shit down here. Oh, resonating ore needs diamond?
Yes, sir.
Wow, how far down here did you... Alright.
If you see water, you gone too far.
Alright.
So, here's what I'm gonna do.
Thanks.
Actually, hold on. Got a better idea. Can I get much higher? Bop, 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 bop. I need to.
What?
So many intrusive thoughts.
What have I done here? Ah!
A sawmill. What can I make a sawmill? Can I make a pillar?
Maybe.
What about a beam? You can't search beam.
Oh my god, I just watched you disappear.
Understood.
People just popping in and out of existence.
I love that JEI is so broken to the point that if you try to search like a specific thing, it's like, nah.
Nah, bruh.
Oh my god, I just realized I've been doing this in Python. I need to be doing this in Lua. God damn it.
Does that explain all of the problems we've been having?
No. That chalks it up to just an actual ever-living crapload of mods.
Oh, okay. That's fair and reasonable.
Sometimes when you have this many mods, things are bound to fucking break.
That's fair.
Also, this being the newest version of Minecraft, there's probably some bugs that they still haven't worked out yet.
Correct.
That's also fair.
And I'm not going to spend my time trying to fix them.
Vic, if you want me to focus on building the houses, I can do that.
I mean, I've pretty much got, I think, most of the, Never
Well,
mind,
I've
I
got a
take
bit
it
of-
back. This is a chaos shitstorm. Hold on. I thought I was a little further than I was. There's a lot of raw material here that I didn't realize was here. It's in the wrong
Yeah,
box.
I put a lot of that there.
Okay. I'll get started on this shit. We're gonna need more coal.
Good thing we have a lot of wood to make charcoal.
Yes. Hey, there's some more iron.
Yeah, and we were gonna grab that for reasons.
Yeah, you want it? Where are you?
Yeah, give me a sec. I'm not even back in the server yet.
Oh, okay, I'll just put it in the box.
Mhm.
I feel like my box keeps getting moved around. Like, I feel like I'm organized in a specific way, and then every time I come back in here, it's in a different order.
Well, I middle mouse click in the box, and it auto sorts.
Oh. I don't like it.
It's just a habit I have
It's
from going
fine.
into.
It's not a big deal. This is already.
Don't worry,
annoying.
once we get the ME system, it won't be a problem any further.
I'm making sure I collect all the pebbles so I have them to throw at Colin.
Rude.
It just hurt.
I would.
This is mean.
I would feel bad if I, felt bad.
This is... What the fuck's wrong with you? Why you gotta do this?
You're my problem.
I know, but damn.
I know, but why you gotta say it like that? We have 66 lapis.
I'm pretty sure there was a jellyfish out here somewhere.
Ah!
Eh,
Ah!
eh, eh.
By the way, have you guys seen how tall this sugarcane's getting behind the lighthouse?
Oh! Look at that.
That shit's high. Thanks for that. There's also some more like over that direction too, towards the east.
Yeah, I see it. I can see it from here, behind this hill.
I'm going to
Wow,
make some more...
Oh my god, is this the... So there's a mod where they removed the height limit of that stuff. And I think that might be in here as well.
Sticks. More torches. Okay, you guys need me to make some, like... I'm gonna make some stone pickaxes and shit.
Do we not have iron?
We have, like, a couple of iron. At least, well, we did have a couple of iron. We no longer have a couple of iron already.
What?
What? Where could it have gone?
Nick, did you make an iron pick?
What are you talking about?
Who's Nick?
Who is this Nick? You're
Oh my god. The tree grew and I got trapped underneath of it. God damn it.
Yeah. That's an idea. Okay.
You got something
Do you
figured
have
out, did
stone
you?
on me? I do. I'm
believe in
gonna
you.
workshop it real quick.
Where do you want sugarcane to go?
Food box.
It's in the
Food.
It's in the large
Food
chest.
log.
Top right. Or,
Food.
yeah, top right.
Hello.
Go.
What
so,
up? And that goes there. Oh, that. Yeah. That looks cool. And then I need to make slabs, I guess, or stairs. Make 4 stairs, 4 slabs. How about that?
Vic, you put a reed nest in with the food.
maybe. I don't know. There are things that I don't recognize.
Sometimes if something looks the same but doesn't stack, check the name of it. And it'll have a blue name below it and it'll tell you what mod it's from.
I mean, I can understand that much, but what I'm saying is that I don't know enough about the differences to make them individuals. Like, so I'm putting them in the same box because they look the same. Like,
That's fair.
I got a sand nest in the sand box.
That's fair.
Vicky, what do you think of the port? It's a little bulky, I think.
It's a little bit bulky. I agree. Maybe if you take out the insides and it's just like a 2 outside one. Oh, that works.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
so it's a 2 inside instead. That works too.
I like the 2 outside idea.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks good. Then it's not as, like, huge.
Then I wonder if... Is that okay?
I think it is if you make 2 of them match and 2 of them match on opposite sides.
Or if we do it like this.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
There we go.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry. I picked up one of your things while you were... There you go.
I'm gonna leave the turtle out here.
Heard.
So just be aware.
Yes, chef.
You missed all of those except one.
Correct.
You got it, boss.
The one is all that matters. Go get me more coal.
God, she's so demanding.
I require more burning materials.
I think she has all that wood, but it's not gonna fucking use it.
I am using it. I'm actually, you know what I'm gonna use? These fucking stairs. We have so many stairs.
Correct. Oh, fuck me. I'm so dumb. Why did I make more slabs?
Oh no! What the fuck was that?
Problem solved.
I'll take your word for it. I left you guys more stuff in the adventuring stuff, so if you're gonna go adventuring or if you want to trade anything for any of these villagers, there's also stuff for that.
Wondrous.
I've also got extra barrels. We should probably move our personal... I guess we can have an outside personal barrels that we can share but are our stuff, and then we can have inside personal barrels that are just like no sharing unless somebody's stealing it. Which is pretty much guaranteed to happen, I'm sure.
Wait a minute, Russia fucking's doing a moon landing? Wait, why didn't I hear about this?
I don't
Landings
know.
are popular again. Space! I thought you were gonna want the wood for houses, so I was trying to use up other stuff first.
I'm
What is-
gonna wait to actually make my house until I get some bamboo.
You cannot use the oak boards to burn things. Just
No.
so you know.
Correct. I made some stairs.
After all
Tell me
this,
what you think.
after all the stairs I burned.
No. I made different stairs.
Ooh, that's nice.
Why are you taking my stairs, you monkey?
I didn't know if you had all of them. To there you
I
go.
went to go make more. You big dumb.
Now, be nice to each other.
Unbelievable.
No,
Never. Not even once.
Preposterous.
wrong, incorrect.
It's fantasy.
It was fake, fabricated. We made it
There
up.
we go.
Okay. Oh, I had a brilliant idea.
Uh-oh.
Hold on, we can make these a little bit bigger at the top and like widen the platform at the top so that it has a larger footprint for the house, and then we can connect the houses via
Rope bridge. It's part of
bridges.
Macaw.
Ooh,
Yeah.
rope bridge is cool. That sounds fun.
That way we can just okay.
And see, this is why I wanted to make my house out of bamboo.
For the aesthetics.
Damn right.
The aesthetics.
Yeah, I didn't stutter.
I'm cool with that.
Quit throwing fucking
Yeah.
pebbles at me.
What? I didn't throw nothing at you. I don't know what you're talking about. You started
You
this.
missed, and it was sitting on the other side of the bench.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Keep it up. I'll delve into pressure craft right now.
I don't want to talk about how I'm the one being left doing all the cooking!
I haven't had time to set up my kitchen.
Bitch! Bitch! Bitch!
Fine, you'd like me to start delving into this?
No.
I'll do it the fancy way.
Why don't you stop being a weenie? I found the kelp!
Weenie Hut Jr.
I found the kelp! I would like to alert you all I have found the kelp.
Congratulations.
I put it in the box.
Kelp Finder.
Yes. I have
Casual kelp enjoyer.
I have succeeded in the kelp. In the locating of said kelp. Okay, where'd the... They're there. Okay.
Oh, that's a... Interesting.
Okay.
Just a recipe I'd never seen before.
Cool. Find a new shit. Way to go. I just watched you put that in there. There's a place for sticks.
Oh, I was gonna grab it back out. I just wanted...
I stole it! It's mine now!
Fine. I'll make another.
More sticks! I'm gonna punch some trees.
Alright, I've got a stove now. What else do I need? Ah, yes, I need a cooking pot. A skillet.
Oh, there's a Enderman that seems like he's having a bad day. I think the cats are beating him up? Or the rain is beating him up? I don't know.
No, Endermen hate rain.
Oh, he's having a bad day either way. So is there kind of way that I'm supposed to plant these trees?
Not really.
Here you are. Hello, turtle.
Good job. Did you make it work? Stop being weirdly loud in my ear, you creepy Enderman bitch.
Anybody got an axe?
Yeah, there's axes in the adventuring stuff.
Cool.
In the adventuring box, good sir.
I wish we had birch. Birch would look really good on the beach.
It would. This is true. We could always, I guess, update it later.
Yeah.
I'm off in search of bamboo.
Putting this stuff in here because I don't know what the fuck
Yes,
this
chef.
is for.
Did set home work for you?
Oh, I didn't even do that. Set.
What?
It works. Home set. Do /set home in the chat, and you will set your home to wherever you are standing.
Why did something sound really evil all of a sudden? That was weird. Should I start turning this sugar cane into sugar soon?
Sugar or
no.
paper?
No. Hold on to it, because it's good as a raw supply, too. If you need to use it, then use it.
Oh no,
We
I'm
should
just
use it for
organizing.
paper.
Paper's not a bad idea to use it for, but I would say hold on to it, because remember, there are a bunch of mods in here that use reed for something.
Okay. I won't do anything then. I just wanted to know if that was something I should be doing yet.
You can turn some of it if you need to.
I do not need. I am
But,
just finding out what we need to do. If we don't need to do that, then I will not do it. Ah. I'm just here enabling success. Oh, that looks really good. Good job.
This is only the beginning of it.
Looks great already. I don't know what any of this is.
Storage drawers is in this. By the way, Nick.
I know. You may have picked up a axe that I dropped accidentally. Winkus Wonkus. Blinks with both eyes. Or winks, rather.
How do I use this bee nest, sturdy bee cage? Where did our bee go? This is so sad.
Currently, no bees.
I
Much
guess-
like many people in Elden Ring, no bitches.
To be fair, I guess we also really don't have anywhere or anything for the bees to eat.
No flowers, correct.
I mean, that's not entirely true, but it's mostly true.
Hey Vic, do you have a
Huh.
maybe an iron axe on you that maybe has a enchantment on it of some kind that says shredding or something?
No, that's the best I got.
Yeah, that was the one I accidentally dropped.
Oh, did you drop it on my face?
Yes.
Ah, I see.
Yeah. I am embarrassed. Oh, I'm gonna fix our stripped oak log situation as well, because I don't like the look of these.
Some of this stuff I have no idea where to put it.
That is a-okay. Hey, that's exactly as many stripped oak logs or stripped oak wood that I need.
Oh wait, this thing. That's a lever. That can go on the other side. Seeds.
Wow, that's gonna take quite a bit. It's gonna need 2 Eyes of Ender, 3 range upgrades, 1 Nether Star, and 3 Netherite. That's a ways away.
So there's some
Alright.
shit in here that I just, like, it doesn't have a home yet, so it's just kind of in a miscellaneous situation.
That's okay.
Nick, what was the power mod that we're gonna try to use called?
Deep resonance.
That's right. Deep resonance. There we go. Alright, let's see.
Whoa, one of these houses is a little bit off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one's a bit bigger than the other ones.
And I did not count, I just kind of guessed.
4.
There's radiation.
I'm glad Colin is learning about this stuff before he, like, dumps it on our heads. And we all die of radiation poisoning.
I agree. Way to be a real G and not let us die from radiation. Or maybe he's just gonna make himself a radiation suit and let us just fucking die.
Yeah, but at least he kind of gave us a heads up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sort of. In his own mumbling, he kind of let us know that there is radiation.
There's a slight warning that this is something we may need to be concerned about in the future.
Nope, it'll probably be fine. Ooh, hey, look. Shiny.
He's very good at easing my worries.
It'll probably be fine, he says.
For himself.
And? What's wrong with that?
Nothing. It's fine. Alright, I think we're basically organized now. I'm not entirely sure about the food situation. I think I'm gonna make this one chest
Nope, that's not what I wanted to do.
all about seeds. And then make another chest so that's all gonna be about completed food, I guess. Except for the pumpkin, which I guess I'll put up because pumpkin needs extra work.
That's 1, 2. Diagonal.
Actually, if I remember correctly, this stuff looks incredible.
I don't know which stuff you're talking about.
It's a different type of wood than what we already have. Hey, look at that! I found a waypoint.
That's cool. I don't. How does that work?
A waystone?
Oh, is that? Oh,
So
interesting.
I get to put it down and we can teleport. All of us can teleport to it.
That's cool.
2, 3, 4.
It is a very neat thing.
Sounds like it.
There. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, I picked up some dirt.
So it looks like Deep Resonance is all about using the radiation from crystals we find underground to power machines.
I made us a machine box.
It'll be a minute before that gets filled, but when it gets filled, it'll stay filled.
I ain't worried about it.
Is that tree growing out of lava?
Maybe.
Possibly.
No,
I don't
it's
have an
above.
answer for you.
It's certainly
above
not
the lava.
impossible.
Improbable, but not impossible.
Oh, thank you so much for the stretch. I will take that. Oh, God.
It's like she doesn't stretch unless she's told to.
Kind of.
I
Alright, like, stretch
just got a
regularly.
maple sapling. How would you guys like some maple syrup?
I would love some maple syrup.
Uh-huh.
I'm kind of hungry.
Yeah, now look at it. Now the American's not so bad, huh?
I mean,
When
you're
he
delivering
provides-
the one thing.
Yeah.
You're delivering the one thing that Canadians need in order to survive. What do we want? Syrup. How do we want it? Maple.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. God, I hope all of you watching have been and lurking have been entertained by me just trying to clean up the absolute shit show of a mess this was.
I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do anything wrong.
I didn't say anybody did anything wrong, I just said it was a shit show.
That was funny. Tell another good one.
Shut the fuck up.
Did anybody check
Well,
to see? Can we break these? Oh, we can. What? Oh, they just auto. So there's like a loot barrel behind this loot barrel, but none of us can get to. That's kind of hilarious.
I am 700 meters away from home.
Good, stay there.
Bruh.
Ouch.
The savagery. Knows no bounds.
That's just mean.
And
Damn.
God damn, my heart.
Ow!
Jeez, man,
Why?
you didn't have to say it like that.
Bruh. I'm not really sure how to get the rice going, but there is a rice over there. And a lot of this stuff is farmable. But we're gonna need more space, I think, for farming. Methinks, methinks, methinks.
Misa thinks.
Misa suspects.
Bum 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 bum.
Ba 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 ba.
All right.
Do we have any food preferences of what we may or may not want more or less of?
Not really. Not particularly.
All cake.
Shut the fuck up.
There's no winning with you. Why do I even bother? This clown.
Maybe
You're-
watching that show is it cake?
I've seen it. It's good. It's good stuff.
Vic goes to open a chest, it just turns into cake.
Oh god, everything is cake. Okay.
Do you have oak logs on you, Vic? Or did you put those in the chest?
I have 5 oak logs, if you would like
Oh,
them.
good lord. Where are all of our oak logs?
I lit them
Thought we
on
were
fire,
fine.
like you told me to.
Oh no. Well,
Would
That's
you
fine.
would
Cut
you
down
like
more
these
trees.
5 before I light them on fire?
no, it's fine. I'll cut down a tree.
Would you like the wood that I collected while I was out?
That would also be helpful.
Alright, I'm almost back, so I can see the lighthouse.
You can see the light.
I mean, you can always still grab some of the oak out of the fire furnaces if you need to.
I literally only need the logs right now, I'm pretty sure.
I just did that. Okay, what else do we got here? Radish. Beetroot.
Goku's less successful brother Radish.
Yes. And that's saying a lot considering. Alright. That's a little bit more organized, but it's not great. But it is what it is.
That's a rare scroll.
Something, 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 somebody showed up.
They're probably not that dangerous.
It's probably fine.
I'll go head them off.
How does that interact
Okay,
that way?
potatoes. We want lots of potatoes, right? Because they're like a biofuel thing.
Yeah.
Lots of potatoes is good.
Okay.
Ow.
There, I got a big
Someone
ass
remove
layer of
my bed?
potatoes.
No. I haven't touched it.
Nope. Not me. I might not have planted any cabbage. So I'm gonna plant some more cabbage. Because, you know, somebody's gotta take just full-on bites out of heads of lettuce.
I've already done that.
Correct.
It's so good. It was like having a salad.
Oh my god, this food is all over the place too. Jesus. Why is there a poison sac in the food?
Come on.
Why
What's
is
in
there
the water?
poison in
Oh,
food?
there's a snake in my boat.
What do you do? You monkeys.
Nick, did you put that there?
No. I would never do that. Stop. Alright, so we have
You guys
a
are
slight
sussy as
problem.
fuck.
We have a slight problem that I'm going to fix at this present moment in
Alright.
time.
Potatoes and cabbages can go down there. Did I even plant any more onion? I don't even know. I think we need a whole nother layer of fucking shit. I can't keep track of all of these vegetables because I'm too stupid. I haven't even planted cranberries yet.
Why are there seeds in there?
Seeds and where?
There's seeds in the burnable chest.
In the what? Leave me alone. Oh, it's so sad.
No, it's not.
Can't be sad when it's dead.
Exactly.
Beetroot. Berries.
I am Groot.
There's the flower pot. I was wondering where that went.
I got a globe.
Oh no, this is gonna mean I'm going to want to shoot myself.
Oh, what's this? Oh, I can make flour. Do you guys want some flour? I'm just gonna do it. Then we get some options, I guess. Some options.
I'm going to want to die.
Going to as opposed to currently do?
No. It's fine. It's fine. Nothing's wrong. Everything's good.
Cool. Stop complaining about it then.
Shut the fuck up. Oh, man.
That's rough. Oh, God.
Alright, okay, nothing's wrong, everything's fine. I don't want to kill anybody at this present moment in time.
Currently.
Everything is fine, he says through gritted teeth.
I thought everything was supposed to be awesome.
What the fuck is this thing?
One more word out of you and I will
Onion crate?
end your goddamn existence.
You can make onion crates? I just put so many onions in a box.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I am so confused.
If I put this here, we go 1.
I think this goes in here now, and so does this,
3,
maybe.
4,
And I guess so
5.
does this. And help.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Alright, my backpack is now soulbound.
Fuck! I'm going to fucking kill somebody!
That's kind of mean.
Killing somebody? That does sound kind of rough.
1, 2, 3.
Sids. Many sids.
Wait.
Okay, I think we're good. I have refreshed our gardens. We're gonna need another layer of gardens. I think.
Oh, is that Arcanus mod in here?
Maybe.
It
question
could be, I
mark.
don't know. I just threw shit together
Exclamation
in a
point.
way that I thought made the most sense. Which is-
No, it's not. Forbidden in Arcanus. It's not in here.
I did my best, sir.
3 steam, 3 glass, 5 iron, 1 furnace.
Up.
Okay. Everything
Vicky, would
is
you like to see something neat?
everything is as organized as I can possibly make it. Everything's been farmed. I don't think there's anything more I can do for this space.
Do we have any glass?
The only thing that we can do... Yes, there's lots of glass. It's in the sandbox.
Does somebody have a set
Oh.
of stone stairs on them, maybe?
I
Maybe
think...
2 stone
Yes.
brick stairs?
Here you go. Do you want brick or do you want stone?
I want the stone brick stairs.
Those are two different things.
Oh wait,
He wants the brick stairs.
no, hold on, wrong ones.
Ah.
Those ones. Cobblestone brick stairs.
My range knows no bounds. Alright.
You're not the one that has to replan out these fucking houses.
Yeah, I only had to replan out all of the organization. I can only imagine.
That's fine. Good. Don't you start. There will be violence had upon people this day.
Alright, I think that's going to be enough for me today. I think I'm going to take a little bit of a break. It has been 5 hours.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah. Bro, we've been at this for 5 hours.
I told you, we would never have a base done in 5 hours. We'd be fiddle farting around for fucking 10 years.
Yeah, we definitely didn't spend 20 minutes running around trying to get Colin his crap back.
It's fine now.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's fine now.
Now? Fine now. Wasn't then.
I feel like you're worrying about semantics.
I feel like you're welcome. Alright. I'm gonna get on out of here. Thank you guys for playing with me. This was a lot of fun. We'll be back again, I'm sure, next time we're playing this.
Correct.
How much further do you think you guys are gonna get? Maybe the houses will be done.
Oh, the houses will be done.
The houses will be done.
Oh, the houses will be done. We'll have some basic infrastructure up and potentially an ME system. Probably not, but
When he says
involves
that,
a trip to
means-
the Nether.
Okay,
when
well,
he says that means potentially.
I will be making a dissolver and a combiner,
okay.
so there will be lots of chemicals.
Well, perhaps we will see more or less deaths around. We'll see.
Nope.
Make sure you
Never.
count. Make sure you count the number that are currently on the map. So next time we're back, you can see how many there are. And next time I'll give you a tour. And we'll
What's
see what's
before
going
you end stream? What is your
Yeah.
current death count?
on. Where can I read that?
You gotta count the X's.
Am I
Or
green?
you can hit escape and then go to statistics, and then I believe it's general. It should be in there. Deaths should be in there somewhere.
Damage. No.
I don't know. Mine's a 0 right now, so I couldn't tell you.
I don't see deaths in here. Unless it's under something besides death.
Curious of what your mobs killed is.
I have killed 6 cave spiders, 1 creeper, 7 drowned, 2
No,
skeletons,
There's
4...
a statistic under general that's called mobs killed. It tells you the total.
Oh my god.
14 currently, because I haven't been doing a lot of exploring.
Mobs killed 27.
Ah, yes. 101.
Well, yeah, it's almost like you kept running into the same mob and dying at, like, a spawner. That
You know
caused
what?
the number to go up.
That's fair.
I see, I think 3 deaths are mine. I'm not 100% sure. It might be 2. I think it's 3. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me. I'm gonna get out of here. I will
And
make
I'm at
sure
9.
to remember to boop the doggo's snoot. I'm gonna see if there's anybody available to raid before I go. Is anybody live? Oh, Cirrus is live. Okay, so go say hi to Cirrus. I'm gonna get out of here, and I'll see you guys next time. Thanks for joining me.